What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, October 8th, 2025, and OU still
sucks.
Yes, they do. They always have, and they always will. The Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on today's show. Plenty of Texas OU conversation. The latest reports about Oklahoma starting quarterback John Mateer. Will he suit up for the Sooners Saturday afternoon? We've got some sound from Brent Venables. Of course, some more sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference as well. We also have the dumbest headline that we have seen about Arch Manning to date. Maybe the dumbest headline we've seen for any college football player ever. More takeaways from Texas, Florida. Some MLB postseason conversation. Jerry Jones getting fined $250,000 by the NFL. And some fun with football AI. Oh, yeah, a lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a hump day edition of Bucky and BK. We appreciate y'all starting your morning off with us. Happy hump day, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. It's going to be a beautiful morning. Sunrise. It's still, boy, is it, I was waiting to feel a little cool weather in the mornings. Over the last 2 days, not so much, BK. It's towards the weekend. It's supposed to have these kind of cool mornings, high 60s, low 70s. But today and yesterday, not so much. You open up the door and it's like poof, right in your face. So I'll be bringing a long sleeve up with me, because always bring a long sleeve or a hoodie with you up to Texas OU weekend. Remember that, kids. When you're strolling around drunk downtown, you kids need to have a hoodie on.
That's bad advice for this year's game.
Oh, you think so?
Well, the high on Saturday in Dallas is 89 degrees. You're going to be rocking a hoodie?
Which could dip into the 70s at any time.
Do you need a hoodie for 70s?
I do.
Really?
I get cold easy. Yeah, I mean, I need at least a long sleeve. If I'm in the 70s, it's long sleeve time.
That sounds like an ish you, not an ish me.
That's not going to bother you at all?
No, dude, I'm not bringing out sleeves until we're in the 50s.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that's all that hard. There are probably people from up north who are like 50s. That's pathetic. But you in the 70s? Come on, man.
No. It's almost time to get rid of the shorts for me.
Really?
Yeah, I got a pair of jeans. I got a couple pair of jeans to bring with me.
Oh, man. I mean, I would love for it to be time to get rid of the shorts, but I think we got still a few weeks, if not a month, to go before we get there.
Yeah, we're probably a month away from that, really.
Mm-hmm.
The guys I play golf with, if it's in the 60s, they wear shorts to play golf.
Yeah, that feels normal, doesn't it?
No, it's a bad bit.
And your guys all love the Live Tour because they're like me, trying to get that Saudi money.
Yeah, I wanted to play in shorts and shirts with no collars.
Blasting music on the course, all those.
Yeah, exactly. Playing top flight balls. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's it, man. Trying to party out there, trying to have a good time. Everybody on the PGA Tour takes it so seriously. You've got Rory McIlroy crying because people are being mean to him at the Ryder Cup. Like, come on, let's go. Yeah. Have some fun out there. We're playing a game.
Have some fun, Fleetwood.
Yeah,
he had fun.
He did. Yeah, no, the European team had a lot of fun at Bethpage Black a couple weeks ago because they kind of kicked our ass.
I would say that's not going to ever happen again, but it is. We got to go to Europe here in a couple of years.
It may be worse in a couple of years.
Oh, my God. It's going to be worse. Their fans are going to be so rude.
Because it ended up being close, right? The Americans had such a great Sunday to make things kind of interesting. And on the scoreboard, it didn't end up looking like a blowout. But, I don't know if we're going to have that type of run across the pond because we've really struggled over there.
Yeah, we have struggled. That'll be fun, especially in Ireland. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
It is. Absolutely.
All right, go ahead with the soldier shout out, Buck, and then I got to tell the people and you what I've been going through over the last 15 hours or so.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. We appreciate what you do for us each and every day. And to you and your families, do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Well said, as always. So plenty of Texas, Oklahoma conversation to dive into. But real quick, Buck, there's one thing. There are a lot of things in this life that I don't appreciate nearly as much as I should. There's one thing that I don't think any of us appreciate as much as we really should, and that is water.
Yeah, that's me.
My place has been without running water
Oh,
since
no.
4 p.m. yesterday.
Oh,
So I was actually in the gym, my apartment complex gym at the time, getting a good little workout in, trying to be in shape for once. And I'm working up a nice sweat, getting some time in on the treadmill.
can't wait to go home and can't wait to go to the apartment and take a shower.
Yeah, I'm on the treadmill for a little bit. I'm doing leg day. I'm doing some squats. I'm doing some lunges. I'm doing a
There you
few other
go.
exercises. Nothing too crazy, but enough to work up a nice little sweat on a Tuesday afternoon. And yeah, heading back to my apartment thinking, all right, as soon as I walk inside, I'm going to take a shower, clean up a little bit, normal post-gym protocol. And I go to turn on the water in my shower and nada.
Nothing came out.
Nothing came out. And
Oh,
my apartment complex is usually pretty good about sending emails when they're going to shut off the water. Cause once a month or so, they'll like shut off the water for an hour. It's usually just like in the middle of a random weekday and they're just
they'll
doing
put
some
filters in. They'll
maintenance.
put filters in the whole thing.
Exactly. Pretty standard stuff. I live in a pretty big apartment complex, so I get it. That's how it goes. No big deal. So I check my email and it's like, yep, we had to do an emergency water shut off, but have no fear. We think it'll be a very short problem and your water should be back on within an hour or two. So I'm like, all right, it's fine. I'm sweating a little bit, but I'm back inside. I can sit down. I'll watch some baseball. I'll watch some Oklahoma tape, whatever. I got some stuff to do. No big deal. And an hour or two goes by. I try the water again. Nothing.
Uh-oh.
I check the email again. And again, they're being very communicative. They're like, well, it turns out this problem's taking longer than we had originally thought. But we are very confident that your water will be back on at some point tonight. So I'm like, all right, that's fine. Like I got a few hours before I go to bed. It'll get fixed, whatever. And I mean, it's like 10 o'clock at this point. And I try the water again, nothing. And there's a couple other emails that get sent, one at like 11, one at 12:30 a.m., one at like 2 a.m. And they're like, we're trying, but we're not having any luck. And this water shut off is going to continue.
There's a monkey stuck in our pipes here. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
They said one of the buildings, again, it's a huge complex with a bunch of buildings, or like one of the buildings had an emergency break and we have to shut down all of the water in like this entire section
Yeah, we
of the complex.
screwed that up by messing with it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I smell like shit. Like I like to take a shower, obviously after a workout. I also like to take a shower in the morning right before we do the show.
And you hate to go
And
to bed without a shower if you're nasty.
went to bed without a shower. We're going to Dallas today. I've got laundry to do because I don't have enough clothes for the weekend. And I don't know if the water's going to come back on for me to do some laundry. Here's the worst part, Buck, as I complain about my first world problems. They did send an email at like 4 a.m. saying, we are going to turn the water back on temporarily from 7 to 8:30 this morning.
Oh, great.
Obviously, while we're on the air, because I guess most people do 9 to 5s or 8 to 5s. Like here you go. Here's your time to get ready for work. We'll turn it on. And for me, I'm sure the water's working right now, but we're doing this show. So thankfully, I have one of those giant Britas in the fridge. So I had enough water to drink and I have water to like brush my teeth and do stuff like that. So at least I'm getting some of that going.
At least you can wash your face.
But yeah, wash the face a little bit. I didn't do that last night. I didn't think about that because I was being an idiot. But yeah, that's where we're at. So,
Right down the hey, there's a laundromat right down the road from you there on 290 on the right-hand side, right before Jack Allen's.
there
And that little
is.
gas station right there.
Can I just bill my apartment complex for that bill?
Nah, you can just take it over there. They'll do it for you. There's a lady that will be behind the counter there that'll do it for you.
What does that cost?
Probably about $20, 20
Yeah,
some bucks.
I
That's
don't know if
worth it.
I don't know if I want to be paying all of that. These are the reasons why people have girlfriends and boyfriends, right?
I didn't have any girlfriends that would do that. They would go like, "No, dude, sorry, you wait till he cuts on. I'm not doing your laundry."
Well, no, I don't mean that. I don't think my girlfriend would
Or
do
would
my
go to their
laundry.
place. Yeah, they got
Yeah,
stuff.
I already texted my girl. I'm like, "Hey, any chance right after the show I can come shower? I smell like shit."
You gotta have a shower.
Yeah, I can't wait this long. So yeah, that she said yes, we're good on that. But yeah, shout out to running water. It's a luxury that we don't often think about because usually when we turn on a faucet, water starts coming out, and when it doesn't, it really sucks. So I'm feeling it a little bit this morning. It's only been like 14, 15 hours without it too. And I'm like,
Yeah, I'll be looking for a little discount on my rent this month.
yeah, I feel like I got a case for that. No?
A case for it. Yeah, I mean, hell, if you can save $100, tell them, hey, listen, that really put me out.
Right.
At least they come and do your light bulbs. That's.
I do come and do my light bulbs. Yeah, maybe this is payback for all of my maintenance requests for like the most basic stuff. I'm starting to see a little dust on the fan in here. You think I should call
Oh,
them?
oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh man, you guys want to
Hey, don't
dust a
let the,
little
hey, don't
bit?
let them. You need to call Woods Comfort Systems. Don't let them mess with your filters on your air conditioning. You don't want them going in there screwing that up. That can't happen.
Well, the problem with being an apartment dweller is I don't get to call Woods Comfort Systems. Like I would love to be able to call Woods Comfort Systems, but I got to use the jabronis that they use.
Oh yeah, the shaky dudes that they use.
Yeah, for this kind of stuff. If Woods
Cheap
Comfort
those
Systems,
air conditioning units.
if Woods was doing the plumbing here, we wouldn't have this problem.
That's
But
true.
instead, we got jabronis are us in charge of things, and that's why we are where we are. So, thankfully, for your sake, Buck, we're not together doing a remote broadcast or something because I don't smell very good. But y'all can't smell me through the screen. At least I don't
That's
think.
right. Tomorrow you'll get to the hotel tomorrow night. Take a nice, yeah, get yourself all your pillows. Get
Yeah.
all those pillows all
Are you
gathered
one
up.
of
I
those
love it.
guys who like takes a 30-minute shower when they go to a hotel? Like there are people who just, will take like 5-minute showers at home, but when they get to use somebody else's water, they'll just stay in there forever. Are you one of those guys?
Well, no, if they have a tub, I do tubby time, and at that hotel we stay in, they have a tub, so I'll just lay back. I got to do tubby time for my back.
That's so
And
nasty.
the part about it is in that hotel, the tub is so low, I have to like take a leg and stick it over and fall out of the tub I can't pull myself out of the tub because it's so, how low down that thing is, and
Yep.
there's no bar to grab on to it for old people. So I end up rolling out of the tub, rolling on D's nuts to get out of the tub and fall on the floor by the toilet.
No way. You like literally lift yourself out
Oh
and
yeah.
just plop over the side?
Oh yeah. I flop over and then I get up.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I
Oh, it's
would
the
want
same here.
video of that, but you're
It's
nude, so I don't
Well,
want
it's the
video
same
of
it's the
that.
same here as when we put things in, because I was doing tubby time at that time, and we were supposed to put in, pull up, like, things on the side so I could take a tub and then pull myself up, and we didn't do that, and I'm thinking so I tried it once here. I was in there. You should have seen me trying to get out of the tub the first time. Dude, I was going sideways and trying to pull myself up, but then
Wow.
again, I'm not a weakling anymore, so
That's debatable.
oh, no, dude, I weighed in at 157 the other day.
All right, you're getting close to 160.
I am. I'm getting really, really close. But
Hold
then
on.
what did I weigh? I weighed in at last night, but before I went to bed, before the Yankees game was over, at 153. So I didn't get 3 meals in me yesterday. I got a little bit of workout because I'm doing these stretches every day, but I didn't get a good workout. If I work out and do 3 meals and a protein shake or something, I can get to that's what's going to get me there. But it has to be consistent every day, and it's hard for me to have 3 meals every day. That's tough for you. You got to have that in order to survive. Me, I can do a lunch like at 11 o'clock, and I don't even have to eat dinner.
Yeah. Well, that's the way you're going to put on weight, and you're
I
getting
know.
closer. But you've been trying to gain 6 pounds for the last 6 months, and you've
I
gained
know.
3. So
Yeah,
you gotta ramp it up a little bit, sir.
maybe if I get involved in that fair food, but all I'm gonna do is eat that and then crap it out, so
That'll help. All those calories, all that fat, that'll help you get closer
and
to
what
your
is it by
goal.
our hotel? There's like a Papados, right? Or something like that that's around the corner there?
Yeah, there's a lot of decent food. I mean, we're right by that Texas Live complex in Arlington, so there's
Oh, yeah,
also
there's some good food up there. Also, there's a the breakfast place too, and it's not from there.
I don't know what
What's
that
the name of
means.
that place that I like by the airport?
The breakfast place that's not from there.
With
Waffle House?
yeah, there's a Waffle House. You don't know where that Waffle House is, do you?
I know where that Waffle House is.
You do, yeah, there's a
I
Waffle House there, I go there. But that place spooks me out. Every time I go in there, it's kinda creepy.
I have spent way too much time in Arlington, Texas in my life.
Man,
I know that city a lot better than most, that's for sure. All right, so there you go. There's our first world problems there. The Buck can't get out of a bathtub. I can't even take a bath right now because I'm out of water at my place. So,
I'm gonna have to call Mike McCall to put in some rails for me. He'd get that done.
well, yeah, you need that more than I do. I think I got no problem getting up out of the
Yeah, but
bathtub.
you don't do tubby time anyway.
No, I think baths are disgusting. And I really think a bath at a hotel that has been used by countless other people is just nasty. You
I don't
couldn't.
think people they don't use that. I'm only idiot that uses the tub.
Oh, isn't it a shower tub combo?
Yeah, it's a combo.
Yeah, so everyone's feet are on there. They're standing there when they're taking a shower.
It's just
Nasty.
feet. You
Yeah,
you
that's a
think baths you think bath time is nasty anyway,
nasty.
lying sitting in your own filth.
The only baths I would ever take in my life as a grown adult, because I couldn't tell you the last time I've taken a bath. It's like if I build a house one day, shout out McCall Custom Homes, they're who I'd call for that. And it's like my own bathtub to where I know I am the only person who has ever used this bathtub. That is the only way I will voluntarily take a bath
So you
as
can
a
make it an ice tub if you want to. You can make it whatever you want.
just because I know it's no one else's filth in there. It's already weird to me that it's my own filth in there, but I don't want anybody else's feet or anything in there. I'm out.
What do you think Americans' heroes had to do when they were in the Wild Wild West?
Yeah.
They took
Again,
they sat in their own filth. So what?
voluntarily. They had to do that. They didn't have any other options. So if I don't have any other options, if I get old and someone's got to bathe me, then I'll deal with it. But for right now, while I have the choice between shower and bath, I'm going shower
I hope
10
I don't
times
get to
out
the
of 10.
point where somebody has to bathe me.
Oh, you will. I hope you
Oh,
do.
no.
I hope you live for a
No.
long time. So I hope
I'll
you
call
do.
Mike McCall and get myself a harness and sit in it and let the shower hit me in
Call,
a
call,
in like a little swing set.
call Mike McCall and tell him to bathe you. I'm sure he'd do it.
Hey, listen, like I said, I'll just get a little swing where you sit in there and it straps you in, and
Yeah,
I'll turn the water on. Nobody's bathing me. I'm not getting bathed by anybody.
no, it'll
Now, if I go
happen.
to a hospital, that's just the way it goes. I got
Yeah.
that.
It'll happen. So there you go. We're off the rails to start
There
a
you go.
Wednesday, but having some fun. Appreciate y'all hanging
You
out
might as
with
well let
us.
them know about my Yankees thing too. Might as well get that over with out of the way.
Yeah, we should.
Oh, by the way, there was 50,000 units won, folks.
Congratulations on your Yankees for staving off elimination in Game 3 of the ALDS last night, beating the Toronto Blue Jays 9-6 at Yankee Stadium. But you and I were talking before the show, as we always do. And I asked you, because I know you like to go to bed early. That's
I
fair.
do.
And I asked you, I was like, hey, did you stay up to watch the Yankees game last night? And your first words back to me were, don't tell me they won. I was like, are you kidding? And you're like, no, did they come back? I'm
It
like,
was 6 to
yes.
3. I said, "That's it. Head to the golf course, Yankees.
Dude,
Let's
giving up on your
get ready to
own
get a new
team. Giving up on your own team. Come on, man.
dude, get ready." I was like, "Get ready to get a new manager. I'll be hearing about that next week."
Oh my God. Yeah, what a game last night. The Blue Jays were up 6-1 at one point. I guess you went to bed when it was 6-3, and
Yep.
then you missed your guy, Aaron Judge. A 3-run monster blast off the foul pole in left field to tie the game up at 6. That happened in the 4th inning. It felt like it happened in the 8th inning with just how
Dude, that thing was going so slow.
it was
Look,
a long game.
and this little dude wouldn't get off the desk here and come and get me when things were going on. He just stayed right here, didn't even move.
You're blaming your little Derek Jeter figurine for not waking you up?
Yeah, I had to listen to him like 2 hours before the game, because that other game was in like a rain delay. So he and Big Poppy and that other goofball were on just talking and yapping. I listened to him for an hour. I can't believe I listened to those dudes.
A-Rod?
A-Rod, yeah.
Yeah,
that guy's he's a hero. He saved a little kid in Boston once.
A-Rod did?
Yeah. Kid was
Yeah.
getting ready to walk out in front of a bus, and A-Rod grabbed him and pulled him out of there.
Yeah, I heard he shoved the kid in front of the bus and then went and saved him so he'd try to look like a hero.
Oh, my God.
Because he knew everybody hated him. Good bit, A-Rod, good bit. But your Yankees come back. Aaron Judge ties the game with that 3-run bomb. Jiz Chazell hits a solo homer to give the Yankees.
He should have after he sat there holding the ball.
Yeah,
I mean he was like, the guy was like daydreaming yesterday.
It fell over. The Blue Jays jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the top of the 1st inning, right before the Yankees even took their first at-bats. And Vladdy went deep again. The crowd was out of it. And it's like, oh, my God, this is going to be a sweep. Like, the Yankees are done. And then it gets to 6-1 at one point in the 3rd inning. And credit to the Yankees, man. They clawed back. They got to Shane Bieber, and they got to the Blue Jays bullpen. Now, all of a sudden, the Yankees have the shitter going today. And he was great in game 3 against Boston.
Yes, I like that. I like that chance.
And the Blue Jays have a bullpen game. Like they don't know what they're going to do on the mound today. It's a bullpen game for them. And I think they threw like 6 or 7 bullpen arms in yesterday's game. So it's a shorthanded bullpen for the bullpen game. So all of a sudden, we'll see what happens. 6 o'clock tonight, game 4, the Yankees win. They force winner take all game 5 back north of the border.
Yeah, that'll cost you probably 170 to get 100.
And we are talking about Toronto here. The Blue Jays have been notorious for choking over the last couple of decades. So I wouldn't chalk this thing up as done just yet.
Playing in our American pastime, they shouldn't even be in it. It should be a forfeit anyhow.
It is.
That'll cost you 170, BK, 180 to get 100.
Today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No less than 150, I got to believe.
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, the Yankees were favored yesterday. I would think they're going to be favored again today. Minus 185 today.
Wow.
Yeah. So the Yankees a big favorite to keep this series alive. 4 games today. It's the last day of the baseball season where we'll have 4 games.
Damn it. So I didn't see Judge after hitting all these damn singles, line drive singles. He took one deep, huh?
Took one deep. Monster shot, and it hit the foul pole. Like in previous playoffs, that thing goes foul, but maybe luck is on the Yankees side this year, and they need it. That's a franchise that has gone through the ringer. They've never had any luck.
Ever. I know. They've never been that lucky. Now they're getting lucky. That's good.
True underdog story, those New York Yankees.
Yeah, it's always good to see baseball continue on with the Yankees still in playoff contention. That's great. Keep it up.
It was good for us to see it. You went to sleep, so I don't know if you could say it's good for you to see it.
Sure, I got to get to bed. These 9 o'clock, 9:15s, they're not good for me. It takes me too long to sleep with this bad back, trying to figure out which position I'm going to be in. Do I put pillows under my legs? Do I put another pillow under my head? What do I do? I haven't got over to relax the back yet to figure out. I got to bring me a cover that goes over any type of chair at the fairgrounds. So I need to come and go by there today.
All right. Let's do a quick round of sponsor shout outs here, and then we'll dive into a bunch of Texas OU conversation. The latest on John Mateer from Oklahoma head coach Brent Venables. We got more sound from Steve Sarkisian as well. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, our first round of sponsor shout outs.
And speaking of Relax the Back, folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And once again, my back could not be happier. Every time I sit in this chair, I feel just a little bit better. When I'm out of this chair, just sitting over there on the big taco, it is not good. And Relax the Back has all kinds of different accessories that are going to help you. Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, human scale office chairs, and of course those great massage chairs and adjustable mattresses right there at Relax the Back. Also the vibrating ball for your hamstring area, for your calf muscles, your Achilles tendons. They've got it. They've got it all at Relax the Back. Just find something that's going to make your life just a little bit more pleasant. And you can find that at their 2 locations, at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck does sometimes at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Oh, we've already given McCall Custom Homes a little bit of love this morning.
Yeah.
We'll tell you a little bit more about them. If you want to upgrade your home, remodel a kitchen, renovate a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space, maybe you've got a growing family, you want to grow your home, you can do it all with McCall Custom Homes. Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas for more than 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. All you have to do is reach out to them. They will come out to your place for free. You can talk about your vision. They'll tell you what they can do. Then you can go from there. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. That is their website. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They do fantastic work, and they have for a long, long time. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And our friends over at Sue Patrick's, I was there. I see Sue Patrick yesterday. I saw Sue. It was good to see her yesterday. She's feeling fantastic. Saw Jay and the whole gang, and we'll be wearing our polos up there in Dallas. I got mine's all packed and ready to go. Of course, I had to get a long sleeve. I had to get a long sleeve polo yesterday to make sure that I'm prepared for the weekend up in the Dallas area. And you can too. Hats, anything that you need, Longhorn, they have it at Sue Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road, folks. Go on by, stop by. Still got plenty of time before you head up to Arlington and the Dallas area this weekend. And if you need for more information, go to SuePatrick.com. And Jay is still keeping the faith. I can tell. He's still thinking it's going to happen. I told him, they're going to win this weekend.
Yeah.
Whether John Mateer plays or not, you're going to tear the thumb right off that guy anyway. Sorry about that, John. Sorry about that thumb of yours.
Yeah, that's a huge storyline, obviously.
Hey, you play, that's on you.
You play, that's on you. Yep. Shout out to Sue Patrick, and also shout out to CentexTickets.com. If you want to be inside the Cotton Bowl this Saturday afternoon, one place to go to get your tickets, CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use our promo code Centex10. When you check out, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. Plus, they got you covered for F1 tickets. They got you covered for ACL Weekend 2 tickets. If you're sticking back here in Austin, any big event coming anywhere across the state, really anywhere in the country, they've got your seats available online at centextickets.com.
Is this the second week of the festival here?
Weekend 2. Yep. Went last weekend. It's a good time. It was hot. This weekend, it's going to be hot again.
Yes, it is.
Those of you who are going. So the way she goes. But yeah, you want your ACL bands, Centex Tickets has you covered. All right. A big report dropped shortly after we got off the air yesterday, I think around 9:45 yesterday morning, from Pete Thamel of ESPN. And he tweeted out, quote, sources, Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer is pushing to return this week for the game against Texas. There's a belief that his return is possible as he's reacted well to surgery. And
yeah, bring him on.
Bring him on.
I'm fine.
So, you put any stock into this report? Like, what even is this? He's pushing to return against Texas. Well, of course he wants to play against Texas. But, like, let us know. Is he actually going to play against Texas? Is he actually practicing? Give us something more.
His coach is begging him to play.
Give us something more than star quarterback wants to play against biggest rival. No shit.
Yeah, that's.
So, do we have anything worth paying attention to here?
I think we'll have something after tomorrow. That's the day. It's Thursday.
Well, today you get the first injury report of the week. That'll come out tonight.
That will be probable.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be my guess is it'll be questionable, but I think there's so much gamesmanship going on with Oklahoma in the way they're
Sure.
handling this, and who can blame them? Like, this is what I would want Texas to do if the Longhorns were in the same situation, right? You don't want to tip your hand in any game. You really don't want to tip your hand in the biggest game of the season. So it's funny, Oklahoma this week, Buck, they've been practicing inside. It's the first time all season that they have been doing their game week practices indoors.
Are they trying to hide something?
Of course. That's what it is. That is what it is. Now, Brent Venables was asked about this yesterday at his game week press conference. I guess he holds his on Tuesdays. And somebody in the OU media is like, hey, what's going on? Why are you guys inside this week? That's not normal. Here's what he said about that.
It's almost 90 degrees yesterday. And so the strain of a season is real. And up until here recently, we're the only team in the SEC that didn't have an indoor with an AC. So we got AC finally a couple of months ago. So just trying to be smart about, there's only so much tread on the tire, and practicing in 71-degree weather is a little different than 90 degrees. So just trying to be mindful of that.
What are those clowns built a building that didn't have an air conditioner? What is up with they just got the air conditioner on since he got there? What kind of outfit is that?
I don't know.
Come on, you're not getting anybody to come to your school, your university, all those years. No wonder you didn't get any players. How comes that stupid tackle went there? They didn't have. They brought him through there in the wintertime, but they probably didn't have any heat either. What a bunch of goofs!
Yeah,
we got air conditioning in our indoor facility. How dumb is that?
Right. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's not like they have a brand new indoor football facility either.
No.
Like, it's the same one that they've had. So Brent Venables is telling us that, yes, in Norman, Oklahoma, where it is very hot more often than not, they just don't have air conditioning inside. Like, okay, coach, we believe that. Definitely.
No, it's just an empty building. By the way, if you don't have air conditioning, I don't believe you even have heat either. So when you're in there doing winter workouts, I bet you it's cold as shit in that place. Can you imagine that? And just a building and it's, and it's 38 degrees or 40 degrees in there. It's just freezing and you're running around.
He didn't say anything about the heat. So, because you need heat way more than you need air conditioning in Oklahoma. So yeah, they definitely have the heat rocking and rolling. It's just the AC that they didn't even know AC existed in Norman, I guess, until this
Maybe
summer.
that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I should think of it that way.
And it's so funny. Like, again, we all know what Brent Venables is doing here. He's not fooling anybody, and I think he should be doing it. So I'm not criticizing the strategy there, but this is it's hilarious to me because the weather, he's talking about it being 91 degrees outside in Norman, and he's like, we don't want to practice in that. The projected weather in Dallas on Saturday is 91 degrees. Wouldn't you think you want to practice in the conditions that you're going to be playing in? Doesn't that make sense?
No, you don't have to trick. You don't have to trick anybody, especially with your defense. Just say sick them, and that'll be good enough. You don't have to. There's nothing to hide.
It's so funny.
You're not going to need any special plays. It's just going to be your guys versus that offensive line. So don't worry, coach. There's no trick, twist, or stunts or anything that you're going to have to do.
Yeah. Well, look, it's not about the defense. It's not about anything else except for the quarterback, right? And I mean, Sark was asked about it on Monday. Sark told the Austin media that, Texas is preparing for both quarterbacks. I think you have to. Here's the good news for Texas. The offense doesn't change very much with John Mateer versus Michael Hawkins Jr. Now, one guy's a lot better than the other guy, but both guys are dual threat quarterbacks, and Oklahoma runs pretty much the exact same thing regardless of which guy is out there. So it's not like you've got one statue as a starter and the other guy's a dual threat, and it's like two completely different defensive game plans you have to come up with. It's, John Mateer, and then you've got the bastard version, if you will, of John Mateer and Michael Hawkins Jr.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, I'll just say this. Those kind of hand injuries, BK, in a live stuff, they don't come near you at practice. I mean, their coaches on defense are saying, get your head down. Do not let him hit his thumb on your helmet. And Saturday, dude, your helmet needs to be on that guy's hand every time when he gets ready to throw, even when he hits the ground. If you just happen to have your helmet or your elbow or anything else by that thumb, sorry. That's just the way it goes. You decided to play and you're not ready to go. Yeah, plus, it's hard to throw a ball forward without hitting something, and that's on his throwing hand.
On his throwing hand.
In my mind, I never thought he would be ready for this. I don't care
Yeah.
how much you want to play. Yeah, you want to play. Everybody
Yeah.
wants to play in this game. But is it dumb to play? Well, your dumb coach will let you play if you keep saying yes and yes and yes, and you make some nice throws at practice without anybody being near you. If you're on the sideline and he's looking over and you're throwing some nice balls, playing catchy catch, that's great. But when there's helmets around you and shoulder pads and somebody else's hand, I hope Texas got their hands up. I hope they're all fair and Texas versus OU, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I don't think you have to do anything different, right? I mean,
No.
sometimes when a quarterback finishes his follow through, his thumb hits someone's helmet.
Yeah, or hit somebody's shoulder pads. Yeah, or their hand.
Or any of those things, right? And Oklahoma never released what the exact injury was. And they never told us what the exact surgery was. We just know it's a surgery on his throwing hand near the thumb. So, you could have different thumb injuries, right? Some are probably season ending. Some are a couple of months.
I'm not going to ask you to find out because have you found out about Emmett Mosley yet? Have you?
He's healthy. What do I need to find out?
Well, I need you to initially, I still need to know what was his injury. You haven't found that out. I know you're not going to find out exactly what happened to Mateer. Plus, they've got closed facility with air conditioning now, so you're never going to find. None of your sources are going to get that ever.
No, not even the OU people. No, I mean, I've been listening to a bunch of OU podcasts this week, right, in preparation for this game, and no one knows exactly what the surgery was. It's interesting because Saturday, it's October 11th, that will be 17 days after the surgery was performed. And the initial reports, not from the University of Oklahoma, but from guys like Pete Thamel, said that it would be 3 weeks or more before we would see John Mateer again. So 3 weeks, that's 21 days. This Saturday, 17 days. So the math ain't math in there. Now, maybe they were wrong. They didn't know what the surgery was. They miscalculated. Or maybe John Mateer is Superman and he's just an incredibly fast healer.
Yeah.
Or maybe Oklahoma is just going to risk it. He's probably a couple of days away from being ready, but it's our biggest rivalry game. We don't want to lose the Golden Hat again, so we're going to trot him out there. I don't know.
You know what? That NIL money can be dangerous if you just offer a kid just a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's that. I'm sure John Mateer has probably gotten a couple more endorsement opportunities since the season has begun with the way that he's played. I don't know. Again, I see why John Mateer, this is one of those where the medical staff and the coaching staff may have to protect the kid from himself. And ultimately, this decision, it comes down to the medical staff, right? If they don't clear Mateer to play, then he's not playing. Doesn't matter what Venables wants. Doesn't matter what their offensive coordinator, Ben Arbuckle, wants. Doesn't matter what Mateer wants. If they say, no, dude, you're not playing, you're not ready, then he's not going to play. But if the medical staff clears him, they say he's good enough, and the coaching staff and the quarterback, and they all want to play, then it's, what do you do? It's a weird situation, Buck, because you never want to punt a game ever. And maybe Oklahoma could still win with Michael Hawkins Jr., but obviously their chances are better with John Mateer, who was the Heisman favorite before he got hurt. You never want to punt a game. You never want to punt one against your biggest rival. But the bigger picture, not just for the kid, but for Oklahoma this season. They could still lose this game and get to an SEC title game and get to the college football playoff. They're 5-0 right now. Now their schedule gets a lot tougher, so maybe that factors into the equation.
But their quarterback gets a lot healthier. That makes sense.
Quarterback gets healthier too, but it's I don't know. They still have to go to South Carolina. They've got Ole Miss. They've got Tennessee. They've got Alabama. They've got Missouri. They've got LSU. They've got a lot of losable games coming up.
Yes, they do.
To where it's yeah, you want Mateer as healthy as possible for those games, but you also don't want to waste a mulligan on Texas this week if you can avoid it. So it's a very precarious situation for Oklahoma here. And again, if the trainers say no, he's not playing. But if the trainers say yes, then I think John Mateer is going to be out there on Saturday because I think Oklahoma, they want to win this game so bad for a few different reasons.
Yeah, if he can play, he'll play. If there's any chance of, well, there got to be obviously a chance of re-injuring a thumb. I mean, we're talking about a thumb on a throwing hand of a quarterback in a battle like that with your rival. Like I said, things aren't going to be fair. There's going to be some hanky-panky going on in that game. Because
Well,
if you're on the Texas side, if you don't, that's dumb.
here's the thing. Well, how smart is this football team?
I forgot. I'm sorry. Did I mention the word dumb?
Like DJ Lagway, I know it wasn't Texas OU, but
Dude,
DJ Lagway,
I went back and saw that BK. He was hurt after the first series.
Yeah, he was limping for 3.5 quarters, and Texas didn't touch him. No sacks. They barely hit him during the game.
He didn't have to use any quick twitch. He didn't quick twitch anything.
Yeah, it's like maybe try to get to this guy's ankle a little bit, I mean, just try to get to him because that's what you do in football. But clearly his ankle's banged up. Maybe try to get to that. And Texas didn't get close. So maybe there's nothing for OU to worry about because Texas defensive line was so bad last weekend. They're looking at that Florida film and they're like, oh, we're going to have nothing but clean pockets on Saturday. We're good here.
Gosh.
You don't have to worry about that. So here's Brent Venables. It's a little back and forth. It's a couple of Oklahoma press asking questions to Oklahoma head coach Brent Venables about John Mateer's status for this weekend. Take a listen.
Brent, you talked last week just about balancing him wanting to play versus keeping him healthy the rest of the season, preserving that. Just how's that balance? How are you going about it?
I just lean on the doctors. I'm not an expert in any of it. So I literally, that's the extent of it.
When you have this situation with the quarterback this week, I know last week you knew it was going to be Michael. This week it seems like maybe it's up in the air. How do you go about it?
John is doing no good-on-good work, so it's Michael and Witt right now.
Okay.
So something changes, I'll let you know.
How have you seen, I guess?
But I think if you're going to play, you got to do good-on-good, right?
Right.
Throw some skelly, hand the ball off, play on third downs. So.
Yeah, it ain't just catchy catch. Like I said, it ain't guys just playing catchy catch looking over there. But you know what? If he hadn't done a damn thing and he's ready to go on Thursday and they go out there and he can throw with the group, with like shoulder pads on, not full gear, he'll be playing.
Yeah, maybe the most noteworthy thing in that 55 seconds worth of sound was Brent Venables saying that John Mateer hasn't done any good-on-good work just yet. Now,
yeah.
Could be lying. Brent Venables just told us they didn't have air conditioning in Norman 2 months ago.
I know. I mean, he could be absolutely – you're right.
So maybe John Mateer, again, all of these practices have been closed-door, indoor practices for OU, so nobody outside of that football program has gotten to see what actually has been going on. So maybe Brent Venables is totally lying, and maybe John Mateer is getting every single rep with the ones this week. We just don't know. We can only go off of what Venables is telling us, and that's, he hasn't done one-on-one or good-on-good, to quote him, work just yet. And he's like, I imagine he won't be able to play if he doesn't do any of that stuff this week. So,
yeah, in other words, if he goes out there when they're just doing shorts on Thursday and just running through some stuff, if he can do that, he'll be playing.
Yeah, I mean, look, his legs are fine, right? Like that's
right.
Everything besides his throwing arm, which is the most important thing. But like all the other stuff is okay. So it's not like he's missed 9 months and he has to get back into playing shape. It's like, no.
There's a lot of stuff that you have to go through, though. There's a lot. I mean, he likes to run. He's got to, protect his thumb. He's got to protect his body. That's just, I like you said, whether he plays or not, I don't, it doesn't make me think that any more of them beating Texas because there's going to be some apprehension by a guy with a bad thumb at the quarterback position. I mean, I don't care how good he is. You're going to be thinking about that thumb. If you haven't gone in real life, falling down and been pushed down and trying to avoid, slamming your head to the ground and sticking your hand out or having some dude at linebacker grab you by the arm and start going down to that towards that thumb.
Yeah. Bottom of a pile, something like that.
Oh, no, it can be just in live play, just during the course of when you make a tackle.
Yeah.
Bringing a guy to the ground, you go from the shoulder, start working your way down to the forearm and, oh, I'm sorry about that hand. Hey, maybe even at the coin toss, if he's the captain, let's shake hands and, oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, man. if you're OU, I know he's one of the captains, and I think he actually was a part of the coin toss last week for Oklahoma in their game against Kent State that he didn't
I don't
play.
bring him out there to shake anybody's hand.
Oh my God. How insane would that be if John Mateer re-aggravates his thumb injury during a pregame handshake?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, if you're Ant Hill or Michael Taff out there, you got to be like, hey, you don't want to come in with a limp biscuit. That's being a man.
Yeah, hey, come on,
right?
give me something. Give me something there.
Don't dead fish your little handshake. That's the most emasculating thing in the world when you have a bad handshake and you know it and the other person knows it and everybody knows. There's no worse feeling in the world as a guy. So if you're a Texas player out there at midfield for the pregame coin toss, you got to come in firm, don't you?
Yeah, hey, and if he doesn't say, hey, let's do this again, give me something good here.
Give me that thumb here, John. Give me that thumb.
No, I don't. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I don't know how effective. I mean, if he's playing before he's supposed to be playing, if he's figured out a way to talk, and that whole thing, I'm going to lean on the. Yeah, you're going to lean on the doctors for sure, coach. You're going to really lean on him so to get that guy on the field of let's go. Just give me. Can he re-injure it or whatever? What can possibly happen? That's the coach's deal. Is this as bad? I mean, is everything structurally okay with this? Until one of those guys on Texas starts ripping it out of the socket.
Well, again, this Texas defense needs to get a lot closer to the quarterback. Regardless,
that's step number one.
Regardless of who's playing quarterback, they've got to do a better job of wreaking some havoc in the backfield. 0 sacks, just 3 TFLs against the Gators this past weekend. Now, look, Oklahoma's offensive line is not very good. Florida's offensive line was not very good before Texas, but they have 4 starters back from last year. Florida was supposed to have a good offensive line. It just didn't really click until this past weekend. Oklahoma's offensive line is still a bit of a work in progress, and their running game has just not been very good. Like Texas, their quarterback has been their most effective runner this year. And I think that'll be the case, whether it's John Mateer or Michael Hawkins Jr., who's obviously a threat. So, Torrey Blaylock, they've got this freshman who's played pretty well over the last couple of weeks. Jaden Ott, the Cal transfer, who I said all offseason long was the most overrated, overhyped transfer portal pickup in the entire country. He's got 20 carries for 66 yards this season. So to this point, I've been right, but he did play a lot more against OU's in OU's most recent game against Kent State, and he had his best performance of the season where he went for like 40-something yards. Whoop-de-doo. But like those are their running backs. I don't know if either of those guys are very good, and I do know Oklahoma, even against some bad defenses, but especially against Auburn and Michigan, the 2 half-decent teams that they've played, they've really struggled to run the football. So hopefully this Texas defensive line can win that matchup against an average OU offensive line and a not so consistent Oklahoma rushing attack. Because if that doesn't happen, then
if they're able to run the ball like we saw last week, look out.
Yeah, like that's that could be a problem. But again, Oklahoma's stats against Auburn and Michigan on the ground weren't very good, especially outside of John Mateer. So I believe in the Texas defense still. Last week sucked, but I expect them to bounce back. I know what they're capable of. I think they are going to show up on Saturday.
I just need to know if Manny Muhammad's going to play.
Yeah, well, that would be big. I don't know if it's as big, though, if Michael Hawkins Jr. is the quarterback. And if John Mateer is playing and he's, 80%, 85%.
Michael Hawkins Jr. will at least equal one DJ Lagway on one leg. He has 2 legs. I mean, this guy was out there hobbling around and nothing happened to him.
No, Michael Hawkins is faster, but I mean, DJ Lagway.
Even on the one leg.
DJ Lagway is DJ Lagway. I mean, he's a former 5-star, former number 1 quarterback. Like Lagway has way more arm talent than Michael Hawkins Jr. has. So Michael Hawkins can't do with his arm what DJ Lagway did with his arm. Now, Texas misses a bunch of tackles and their secondary has some breakdowns, then he could do something. But no, DJ Lagway is a better quarterback than Mike Hawk. And he may be better than the version of John Mateer we see on Saturday. He ain't better than, 100% John Mateer. But
no,
again, nobody knows. Like even Oklahoma people, I've been doing so much research on Oklahoma's insider sites and listening to shows. They don't know. Like they're starting to think that Mateer is going to play. but it's like there's no real good insight on whether or not he's going to be out there. And for me, that's the difference of the football game. It may be Captain Obvious, but like if John Mateer is out there, I don't think Texas is going to win, Buck. If Michael Hawkins Jr. is the quarterback, I do think Texas is going to win. I've never given 2 score predictions in my life, and maybe I won't have to by the time we get to Saturday, but like that is where I'm at right now. It is that big of a difference. I think the winner of this game is determined by, even if it's not 100% John Mateer, but if he's out there, then I think Texas loses and falls to 3-3. That's where I'm at. Sounds like you're confident either way.
I'm confident if he plays or if he doesn't play in this particular game.
Okay.
Like I said, there's 2 games in particular I just don't pick against Texas. This is one, and the Aggies is one. That's why I want the Aggies to be undefeated. I want them to win every game.
Well, unfortunately, if you pick Texas against Oklahoma a lot lately, you have not won that pick very often because Oklahoma's had the, better.
I mean, it's not whether they have the better team. I mean, if I was smart, I would be picking Oklahoma after what I saw last week, period, because I don't know if your offensive line can get that good in 1 week.
Dude,
there's a lot of work to be done in this Texas offensive line.
Yeah.
As coach said, they took some hard coaching. I'm like, yeah, they didn't take any coaching for 2 weeks before your Monday practice, though. So for 2 weeks, you must have been awful nice to them because they shouldn't look like they had any hard coaching for 2 weeks. So I just will never pick those teams.
Hey, I like it. I like the confidence, and I think Texas has a chance. I think anyone who thinks this game's going to be a blowout, I think that's way off, right? I think the Longhorns are going to.
This is a field goal game because it's going to come down who really can run the ball, and that's including your running quarterbacks. And Texas has a pretty good running quarterback themselves. He's their best runner. He's the best ball carrier on the team.
Yeah, there's only the one matchup that is a glaring mismatch in this game for either side is the Texas offensive line going up against the Oklahoma defensive line.
Oh my God.
Everything else, like there are some places where Texas has the advantage. There are some places where Oklahoma has the advantage. Like everything else feels pretty even between these two sides. And I would honestly lean Texas in most of those other matchups. But this matchup may be so lopsided that, it was the difference last week. And Oklahoma's got a better defensive line than Florida does. And Oklahoma's got a better overall team than Florida does. So
yeah, I think if Arch can throw the ball, at least protect himself or get protected a little bit with Emmett Mosley after playing for, getting in the game for the first time, I think he can be an effective. They're going to have to watch out for that dude.
Yeah, I think Texas has good enough receivers. I don't know if they have the receiver room that they had last year or 2 years ago, but I think
they don't. It's not close.
I think Texas's receivers are pretty good. I really do. And I think Arch Manning has clearly played better in the last 2 games. Still not perfect against Florida by any stretch. We talked a lot about some of his screw ups this past weekend, but I think he's clearly gotten better since what we saw in the first 3 games of the season. I don't think there's any debate about that. But if the offensive line plays as poorly as it did, then it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I don't care who you have back there. You've got no shot.
Yeah, well, he can't compound those things by taking silly sacks when he doesn't have to take a sack when you can live to play another down.
Of course, but also he doesn't need to be pressured 35 times in this game.
Well, he's going to get pressured. He's going to get pressured in this game.
Of course he is. It can't be 35 times. If it's 35 times, then we're going to lose by.
Well, Sark's going to get his rollout game going, his on the run game. And whoever is playing running back better be able to get the end of line down.
I don't know if you could do that because your offensive linemen cannot move.
You kind of don't want them leaving spots, do you?
Right. Like when you roll out, you like your offensive linemen, at least a couple of them, to roll with you. I don't know why I'm moving away from the mic. That doesn't really do a whole lot of good for anybody. Maybe some of y'all would disagree. But Texas, the offensive line, they're so bad at everything. They are so unathletic to where it's like, I don't know if you can do all of that stuff because I don't trust.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do to teach those kind of techniques in a week, like roll out, get on right angles on guys. When the guys are just physically going to pummel you, they get physically beat up. It's not so much. It's not that they're not athletic. They just physically. It looks like one group stays in the weight room and the other one's offensive line goes out and plays leapfrog or something. It doesn't look good.
It's both, Buck. Like, they're not strong and they're not athletic. That's a really bad combo. And they're not disciplined. Like, there's no redeeming quality of the offensive line right now as a unit. A couple of guys are playing better than others, but as a unit, which is what the offensive line is, there's
How do you
nothing.
get to two semifinals? How do you get to two semifinals and then get to this point?
Well, you lose 4 offensive linemen and you decide that we're good with the guys that we have.
Man,
It's really that simple. I don't know if, Texas took its foot off the gas a little bit this offseason and thought they were fine, right? Like, there's a part of me that wonders, and
they had to think that, yeah.
we can't say this just yet, right? Like, Texas could go out and go 9-3, they could go 10-2, and if that's the case, I don't think this will be the case. But remember, 2018, Tom Herman has a great year. Texas beats Oklahoma in the regular season. They make it to the Big 12 title game. They play for a Sugar Bowl. They beat Georgia in that game. And Sam Ehlinger, in front of the entire world, declares that Texas is back, right? And we all bought in. There's so much preseason hype going into that 2019 season. And Texas fell flat on their face. They went 8-5, 7-5 in the regular season, and they won a bowl game. And it was clear, like what Sam Ehlinger said on that stage, that was the mindset Texas had that offseason. They thought they were good. They thought they had arrived, and their work ethic was not the same that offseason, and that was a huge part of why I think they fell flat in 2019. So did Texas do that? After last year, it's like, man, we came into the SEC. We had the best regular season record in this conference. We're a shitty kicker away from winning the conference in our first year. We're the only team in the country to make it to back-to-back college football playoff semifinals. Like, we're good. We got this thing here. Did they lose?
Yeah, that's more on coaching to me than it is.
Right. Yeah. I wonder, like, did the coaches lose? Did they just feel like, oh, we're good? Like, we don't need to keep doing a whole bunch of the stuff that got us here. Like, we've got this figured out. Is there any of that went on that maybe has contributed to this? I don't know.
Well, they fooled a lot of people because the right guard was telling everybody, we pride ourselves on being physical. We want to be the most physical offensive line in the country. And I was like, well, I didn't think you were that physical the year before, and you still got to the semifinals. So I felt for it a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I think we all did. And they said all the right things. It's not like they said, oh shit, we're actually not going to be very good. We can't replace all of these guys that we lost. Like, they spoke that they were confident and that they wanted it, and that they were hungrier than ever to get not only back to where they were.
Well, that's that leadership thing comes in. I tell you, that's why when you have that center who was there for 100 years, you're thinking nobody's going to miss that guy. Well, hell yeah, they do.
Yeah, well, they do. I mean, it's they miss all those guys up front on the offensive line, right? Hayden Connor, even Cam Williams is missed right now because Brandon Baker. Cam Williams was solid. He had a lot of penalties. Brandon Baker is not solid, and he has a lot of penalties.
Yes, you're right.
He's got 7 so far through 5 games to lead Texas. That's not good. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, the season is far from over. Long way to go, and you could start your turnaround this Saturday. But if you lose this Saturday and fall to 3-3, then your season is done. It is. You could go maybe 8-4. That may be overly optimistic. But obviously that you're falling short of every goal that you set if you don't win this game on Saturday. So pressure.
And that has to start with not just helping your core. You got to be able to run the ball in this conference, and everybody knows it. 100%. You can't continue to run for the average that you're running, and somebody has to be. You have to find 1 or 2 guys because one guy can't do it. It's just too much of a burden in this conference to have one stud runner like Florida does. They'll just run that guy till he, till he's in a wheelchair. Texas doesn't have a big 220-some pound guy like that can run like that. All the guys that they have that are close to that are in the hot tub.
You're right. No, I've been trying to fight it for a long time, but there's no difference maker at running back for Texas right now. And they should be better, and they would be better if the offensive line was better. But they don't have a difference-making player right now. Like,
no,
CJ Baxter is just not the same guy he was as a freshman, even when he is on the field, and he's never on the field.
Yeah, and he's not, and he's not going to be. If he's there, he's only there for a short period of time.
Yeah, I think Christian Clark, like, he tries. I'm sure in high school in Arizona, he was able to just bounce it outside on every play and just outrun
Absolutely.
everyone to the perimeter. You can't do that at Texas.
No.
Trey Wisner.
That's why you need some help inside.
Right. Trey Wisner just doesn't, it's hamstring related, and he's never been the most explosive back in the country, but he's not 100% right now. And then, Jarrett Gibson is what he is, and James Simon's a true freshman. So you're in a tough spot because you're right, Buck. You need to run the ball in every week, but especially this week, and you have a horrible offensive line and you don't have very good running backs, and you're going up against the best defensive line in the sport right now.
Wow.
So that's good.
And I'm picking them to win.
You're picking them to win. Hey, I love it. But man, yeah.
Well, I hope the head coach doesn't get out coached by. How do you get out coached by Billy Napier? That's the scary part.
I know it is.
When he's trying to give you the game.
It felt like at the end, Florida was trying to give.
Like, what is he doing? What's Napier doing?
I don't know. Florida fans have been asking that for a long time. And Texas still couldn't take it from them. So, all right, we've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian. I don't even know if we played sound from Sark yet, but more sound from Sark's Monday presser that we will get to. We do have to talk about, I really don't want to, but we'll give our thoughts on the dumbest headline I've ever seen involving Arch Manning, really involving any Texas player, really any college football player ever. But before we dive back into some Longhorn football and some Red River chatter, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say, of course, hello to our friends of our Texas Orthopedics, specialized patient-focused orthopedic care right there. Contact their experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. That knee starts to get bad, joint replacement, sports medicine, spinal care, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve, folks. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Trust in them. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Texas Orthopedics. And hockey is back, which means we've got an excuse to play this new AV Consultations commercial.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us, too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's a numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Sweet. Our good friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern with the great locations, 4 of them, 620 in the Lakeway, Belterra Village, Avery Ranch, and Bee Caves. Comfort food, chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch each and every day. They got a happy hour starting at 3 o'clock, 3 to 6. Unbelievable savings on glasses of wine. Of course, specialty beers there. And Thursdays is Prime 2 wine for sure. That's half-price bottles of wine with their great prime rib dinner that they have there. Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glaze, pork chops, Cobb salad, my favorite, and all-day breakfast, folks. Love the all-day breakfast at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Don't forget Lonnie's famous. That's just not just fried chicken. Lonnie's famous fried chicken at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, 4 unbelievable locations. Check them out, 620 Lakeway, Avery Ranch, Belterra, and Bee Caves.
Yes, indeed. Love the League Kitchen and Tavern. Also a shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Y'all see the Buck rocking a TSU hat this morning. We'll be giving some of those away up in Dallas. We'll also have a bunch of TSU koozies to give out in Dallas this weekend. Hope to see all of you people up in the Metroplex. We've got some live broadcasts Friday and Saturday before the game. But shout out to Waterloo. If you have a business that needs hats, shirts, koozies, signs, stickers, anything, Adam and his great team can hook you up. Just give him a call, 512-300-9641. That's Adam's personal number. You can text him there too, 512-300-9641, or find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
Good morning, Sal in New York. Hey, we ain't no stinking Mets. We don't give up that easy. Sal, there you go.
How about a Let's Go Rangers?
What?
Sal?
Or they got a new coach, don't they have a new manager?
And they lost last night to
Oh,
Pittsburgh.
the New York Rangers?
New York Rangers. They also have a new coach.
Yes.
They hired Pittsburgh's old coach, and then the Rangers lost to Pittsburgh last night in the season opener.
Great.
So there you go. But yeah, shout out to Sal, shout out to Jason, Derek, everybody tuned in this morning. Great crowds all week long, getting everybody set for Texas.
Where's
OU.
Mike G at? I don't see any Mike G. No
Mike G's here.
in there?
Mike G's here. He says Texas needs a good win, and he's absolutely right. Texas needs a good win. They don't have a good win this year.
Tell Mike G I'm rolling with Roll Tide this week over Missouri. Yeah, big play.
Big game in the SEC, top 15 matchup, Alabama at Mizzou. Crimson Tide, I think like a 3-point favorites.
I saw 2.5 yesterday. I mean, this is like 11 a.m. game. Anybody get up in Missouri at 11? Anybody up at the stadium that time of the morning in Missouri?
No. It's Missouri, dude. No one cares regardless of when the game is.
Okay.
It's crap fan base. Spoken like a true Jayhawk, right?
Yeah,
that game coming up on Saturday as well. But yeah, Friday afternoon. I don't know if we've announced this yet on the shows. We've posted this on social media, but we will be at Harwood Tavern Friday afternoon from 3 to 6. That is in downtown Dallas. It's the same place we've been the last 2 years.
Yeah, last year they had the wedding crew that was there.
Oh, we've seen bachelor parties, bachelorette parties, wedding parties, hobos, rich folks.
That's the place there now.
It's the who's who right in the heart of downtown. So we'll be there from 3 to 6 on Friday. Some great guests, some great conversation, cold beer, great food. And after we're done, it turns into karaoke night, Buck.
Oh, no.
You going to stick around and sing a little bit?
Oh, my God.
What's your go-to karaoke song? You got one?
I don't do songs. I don't do songs. I did one karaoke deal for these ladies when I was doing radio, and boy, that was crazy. I was at a bachelorette party and did some karaoke. Yeah, at a bachelorette party in the afternoon, and it went over okay, but there were some olds there. At that time, I was still kind of young. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like it was a couple years ago. I was in the radio business for 25 years, so I was a little bit younger. So I thought I'd be smooth, but there were some real olds there.
What did you do? How did this happen?
I did a remote up on Guadalupe with Hogan, and these ladies talked me into coming like the next day to their bachelorette deal and doing some karaoke singing. I said yes, and I did.
Oh my God, what'd you sing?
I sang a Donny Hathaway tune, "The Closer I Get to You." I sang that song. And it was like, wow, am I really doing this? These ladies are old.
I was going to say, how old were the ladies who you were singing for? Okay, I was going to say, like, if you're singing that for a younger crowd, then they're going to look at you like, what in the hell are you doing?
No, it was to an older crowd.
Okay.
Of all women. Why am I acting like I didn't have a blast that day? I had a blast. Are you kidding me?
Why didn't you do it again? Come on. You could do it this Friday.
No, I'm not a karaoke guy.
All right. So we'll be there Friday from 3 to 6. And then Saturday, we'll be on the fairgrounds, getting you set for Texas OU just outside of the Cotton Bowl by the Embarcadero building. We'll be plugged into one of the coupon tents on the left side of the Cotton Bowl. So we'll post a picture of exactly where we are.
I'll be following you in. I'm not doing anything by myself when it has to do with parking around there ever.
No. What was that, 2 years ago where you got lost trying to find your car after our pregame show?
Dude, I was almost there till the game was like going into the third quarter.
Yeah.
And I was still looking for my car.
Yeah, you were trying to drive back and be home by the third quarter, and instead you were still in the parking lot looking for your vehicle.
And I had that Big Hat product. I had a cooler with me with ranch water in it. And I had no clue what the ranch water was. And so I stopped at one of the parking attendants, nice lady. I said, man, I'm getting, because it was hot and I was carrying that cooler and that thing was filled up with product in it. So I sat down in the corner and I said, well, at least I got some water here. She goes, you can't drink that water. I said, I don't drink. I said, but I got my water. She goes, well, if you don't drink, you can't drink that water. I'm like, what are you talking about? It says right here, ranch water. And she goes, no, that's got alcohol in it. I'm like, I'm sitting here carrying a bunch of, she goes, let me take that off your hands.
Oh, she took it from you?
Oh yeah, she took like a case of that, left me with the cooler because I wasn't giving up that cooler. But she took all the ranch waters, and I proceeded, and I finally found my car. It was somewhere where I said, there's not a chance I parked this car. It was almost like the miracle of the clicker. You know what I mean?
Now, there's a 100% chance that your car was exactly where you left it.
Dude, it looked, in the morning when we went there and it was dark, it felt like I only just crossed the street and I was inside of the fairgrounds. But then I remember, because we had to go past Big Tex over to where that mill was there.
Yeah.
And so it was a long haul from where we actually parked. And I was down at the bottom of the parking lot. I thought I was up closer to the road crossing into the fairgrounds. And I walked, dude, and I was sweating and I was going back and forth. I went through every section of that parking lot. And I was just about ready to just sit down and cry and just listen to the game, to the cheers, and figure out when everybody finally went home that night, my car would be the only one sitting there.
Oh my God. You should have gone back in and watched the game. They put it on a giant big screen at the fair.
And the cool thing was the dude said, hey, I saw that car. I'm like, what do you mean you saw that car? And he said, no, it said Covert on the front, right? And I said, yeah. I said, well, how would you see that car? He said, just park down there. You parked it way down here. I'm like, no. I said, you're seeing things. How would you? He said, it says Covert on it. I said, yes. And the guy finally gave me a ride down to it. And there it was, dude. I was so happy to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that guy said, I was thinking about stealing it, so I know exactly where it is.
And so then, of course, my wife said, why don't you just take a picture of the spot? I'm like, that's way too much thinking for me. That's like Face Chat and Snapbook and all that other stuff. So I said, no, I just need to remember where I parked it, you know.
It sounds like she's right.
Yeah, she's kind of right. Most of the time she's right. You know, because when I do those things and I start driving back home, I get home it's incredible going back when everybody's going in there to Dallas to the fairgrounds, going back, there's nothing. The state cops don't do anything. So you can go 100 if you want to. There's no cops on the road.
Yeah, they're all watching the game, of course.
Yeah, so at that time, you can get back right after halftime. If you go before the game starts, you get right after half, you can be back. That's how quick you can get back to Austin. But this time, dude, that game I was listening to Craig Way. It was over. I was like, damn.
It's an all-time story right there. All time. And yeah.
I could never have that happen to me. So I'll go in where you are. I'll have you guys, we'll do all kinds of things to make sure I know exactly where the car is.
There we go. Yeah, we'll be staying for the game. I guess we have to load the equipment in the car after the show, so you'll know.
I'm going 281, and I'm going 281. I decided I'm not going. Well, no, if I leave,
you always go 281. Hey, you act like this is breaking news. The breaking news would be if you went up 35.
Well, I'm going right after the show tomorrow because I got to get up to Lone Star Park.
Someone's got to bet on those
Lone
ponies.
Star weekend, so I need to get up there and get to Thursday's races so I can make some money.
You think those ponies are going to bet on themselves?
I know. Tell them, BK, I know what to do with the ponies. Don't I know how to do the ponies and the dogs? I get it going.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of breeding at the track.
Yeah.
You're collecting some specimens for future horses.
Hey, I never lose my car at the track. I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, a little easier to maneuver than the state fair on Texas OU Saturday. That is...
Well, you know you're getting old when you park in HEB and you've got a list of stuff that you want to get at HEB and you come out and you almost forget where you parked the car. I hate when I have to hit the panic deal on it, the alarm on it. Oh, that's when you know that there's a problem. So now I park at entryways of either the front entryway or the back entryway up those areas. when you're looking for parking spots and just not remembering where you parked, that's bad.
I don't like that you have a Kleenex in your hand and now it's off the screen below your waist.
Well, there's something going on. There's some allergy stuff headed out here right now.
Oh, that's what it is. I thought you were having a little
No,
fun
I'm
on the
I'm
show.
not doodling myself or anything. No.
Okay. Your phone will also tell you where your car is, right?
Okay, now you got to let me know. I need to know how that happens. What do I have to? Is there an app that I've got to get on?
Yeah, you should already have it on your phone. It's just the Maps app. Tells you where you park your car.
Can I talk to Siri? Will Siri help me?
Siri will probably help you.
Okay, I'll talk to her this weekend.
All right. Yeah, that usually goes well for you. Good luck.
Well, she generally hears me and starts talking back to me.
Yeah, you're right. I'm surprised ours haven't done that yet. Yeah, I'll
That's
help you
fine.
with that. I'll help you with that.
All right, cool.
All right. Back into Texas OU, the football game, not Bucky's adventures trying to find his car during the football game. I want to keep talking about this offensive line. Like I can't state it enough that Texas's chances in this game hinge on whether or not their offensive line can look vastly different than it did 4 days ago in the swamp. A question that I've been asking myself this week, and I just haven't been able to come up with an answer. What combination of 5 offensive linemen gives Texas the best chance to win? And it's one thing that I don't know the answer to that question. I think I know what I would like to see on Saturday, at least at the start on Saturday. But
Okay.
Buck, I think the big problem is I don't think Steve Sarkisian or Kyle Flood know the answer to that question. I don't think they know.
I don't
who
think
their
they're very
best
happy
line
with
is.
each other. I don't think the head coach is very happy with his offensive line coach right now.
Is anybody happy with the offensive line coach right now?
No.
Sark's got to wear it because the head coach always wears whatever happens to his football team, and he's the offensive-minded head coach, so he has to wear it even more. But, yeah, I mean, the offensive line has been a train wreck this year. They got pushed around by San Jose State and UTEP this year, and, they lost the battle in the trenches against Ohio State, and they got absolutely punked against a 1-3 Florida team. So I think there are 2 guys who have to start for Texas, Buck. I think Trevor Gooseby has to start at left tackle.
No, even though he had a bad game, yes, he does.
I think it was his worst game of his Texas career against Florida, but he's been the most consistent offensive lineman this year. And I think DJ Campbell at right guard has to start. And I don't think Campbell's great. I do think he was the best offensive lineman Texas had against Florida, but I just think DJ Campbell is what he is right now, even though he's in year 4 and he started 40 games and you'd like him to be better. He's not great, but he's your best option and he's your second best offensive lineman right now. The other 3 spots are where it gets a little dicey. Here's what I think I would try. I would put Cole Hudson at left guard. Cole Hudson's been your starting center this year.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked. Like Hudson was a guard his first 3 years at Texas. They thought they could make the transition from him to center to replace Jake Majors, and he has been horrible there. Horrible there. So I think he is a more natural fit at left guard than he is at center.
Probably,
And-
but boy, you have to really work to get. You can't screw the center part up.
Well, they already have. The center's screwed up for the rest of the year. There's nobody on the team who can fix that. I would put Connor Robertson at center. Connor Robertson actually came in for Jake Majors in the OU game 2 years ago and did okay. He was a freshman at that time, so he's more experienced now. But he's played some center. That's his natural position. We've seen him play center this year. I would put him there. I don't think he's great there, but I think the reason you do that is, number one, I think Cole Hudson's better at guard. And number 2, you cannot play the 2 guys you played at left guard last weekend. You saw him, Buck.
I know. Number 71. I'll just say his number. Number 71 can't play right now at this level. He's not ready for it.
Buck, Nick Brooks, that's number 71.
Yeah, he's not ready right now at this level of football.
We talked about him having a 0.0 pass blocking grade against the Gators. I didn't know that was possible to be that bad.
Dude, you don't fix that shit in a week. That doesn't get fixed in a week.
No, Bucky. Nick Brooks has played 44 snaps this year. He leads Texas in pressures allowed this season. He's played in 1 game, and he leads the team in pressures allowed. That's how bad he was. It was a joke The most inexcusable coaching thing that happened in that game was Texas leaving Nick Brooks out there for an entire half of football. That is unfair to the kid. That is unfair to Arch Manning. That is unfair to the rest of the offense. That's unfair to the rest of the team that is trying to win a football game. That was malpractice leaving that kid out there for an entire half of football.
Yeah, it was.
Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. So he can't play. And I don't think Connor Stroh, who started the game at left guard, who got benched because he was bad, I don't think he's a power 4 player right now either. So you can't throw those guys out there. I think that's why you have to put Cole Hudson there, because he's your best option at left guard, and maybe you take a little bit of a step back at center, although I'm not sure you do, because Hudson hasn't been very good there either.
He got mauled last week.
He did. He got mauled. I mean, the interior, especially the left side, the entire left side of the Texas offensive line just didn't show up against.
Yeah, his right side of his body was okay, but the left side of his body at center was not good. His left cheek was bad.
It's bad. It's bad. His left cheek wasn't there. Right cheek was maybe okay.
Yeah.
And then you've got Nate Kibble, you've got Daniel Cruz, but I just don't think you're going to, baptize them, if you will, in this game. You don't baptize these dudes in the Red River. And then right tackle, I think you got to stick with Brandon Baker. Like, he leads your team with 7 penalties. He's not very good. You could tell there's something there. Like, I think he's a solid athlete. I think he's got good feet. He's not very strong.
He's just kind of young.
He's young. Yeah, he's a redshirt freshman. This is his first year as a starter. So some of this is growing pains. I think he's your best option there. And I think if he stops with the penalties, he'll be fine. Yeah, I'm not saying he's going to be good or great right now, but I think, like, if he just stops committing penalties, he will be fine at right tackle. And that 5, I think, is I don't know. I wish I knew. And I'm very annoyed, Buck. It's something we talked about. Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian made a huge mistake in those 3 non-conference games. They wanted so bad to get their original starting 5 offensive line playing well.
Sort of like they do with the receivers, yes.
Like, they played all of those guys. Those guys played every snap against UTEP, and they played almost every snap against Sam Houston. And it's like they were trying to get those guys to play well and to play with confidence when really they're just not very good. And maybe you should be seeing what you have with your other guys, because maybe you have something better. And instead, you're going into your biggest game of the year, game 6, and you're like, I don't know what our best O-line combination is.
Yeah, you should know that by now. You should know what your combos are. You should have that all down. That's why I said I don't think the head coach is very excited about Kyle Flood and what even off-season stuff, what was going on. I mean, that head coach understands good line play. Kyle Flood understands what good line play is. And you know by winter workouts that, damn, we should get somebody in the portal. We can't do this. We got to get somebody that's had to have some experience that can at least get in the way of guys. May not be able to move them, but they can't just run them over.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if guys were looking good in practice or if they just assumed they would get better, and that's why they decided to not hit the portal. But right now it's looking like a terrible decision. And yeah, this offensive line, again, there are other issues on Texas. Well documented.
Yeah, because when Sark continually tells you that we're mentally prepared, I don't believe that anymore. When he says that now, I'm like, no, you're not.
No, they're not.
They're not. Oh, no, we really prepared well. We're mentally prepared. I'm like, no, coach, you're not. You're going to have 10 penalties this game like you've had all year. You're not mentally prepared. You're going on the road and doing what you did Saturday. That's not being mentally prepared. Now, it doesn't help when you physically get beat up. It's going to take a toll on you mentally when physically somebody's dominating you on the line of scrimmage. That's going to cause you to hold. That's going to cause you to have the jitters or whatever he says. That's going to cause that. It's not the crowd. It's the guy that's looking on the other side of you that causes that stuff to happen to you. That's not crowd stuff. That's all that. Now, it may be that way when you go down to play the Cowbellers, but generally when somebody's dominating you on the other side, has nothing to do with the crowd. It just has something to do with that other dude over there.
Yeah. And yeah, the penalty problems happened at home. There's no crowd problems when you're playing at DKR, right? So they had a bunch of penalties in their 3 home games this year.
You're right.
Yeah, look, just get ready for it. I mean, Sark will meet with the press again tomorrow, and I guarantee you he's going to talk about how they had a really good week of practice. And it feels like they're ready to go for Oklahoma on Saturday. And Nobody should put any stock into that. We'll know at 2:30 if they're ready to go for Oklahoma. We're not going to know Thursday in some press conference. We are going to know Saturday afternoon inside the walls of the Cotton Bowl if Texas has fixed some of those issues and if they are mentally and physically ready to go for what is the most mentally and physically taxing game of the year.
Dude, and it won't take long either. That's the thing about it. It's not like you're going to get it, you'll be able to figure it out in the second quarter of a game. You're going to get it immediately from these guys from Oklahoma. They play fast right off the bat.
This is, it's something that I think it took Mac Brown a while to figure out. Like Bob Stoops prepared for the Texas game all off season long. And every single week, even before the Texas game, like part of Oklahoma's practices would be, here's what we're going to do against Texas. And I think early on, early 2000s, when the talent gap between the two teams wasn't that big, but OU would beat the crap out of Texas. I think a lot of it was because of that. And Matt kind of realized that, oh shit, I better put more stock into this game so we can start winning some of these. Brent Venables, I think Oklahoma's been preparing for this game for a long time. And I think Texas has too, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out if this Texas team looks prepared and well coached. And because they haven't yet in their two power conference games this year. We're going to find out if this team is really buttoned up and if they really care about this football game.
Yeah, we did that for A&M from game one on. Every practice there was something, every week there was something, and one of the practices about playing A&M at the end of the season just was there. I remember we worked on it so hard, some special team stuff, because CB would know the kickoff returner that A&M had that was just unfreaking believable. Had been a great kickoff returner. And we practiced so much about not kick it. Don't kick it to this dude. Don't kick it in the corner and have it spin and stay in bounds, but don't kick it to him. We got to the game, BK. We kicked it, and that dude took it to the house.
You talking about Dante Hall?
Was it Dante Hall? Was he the...
I know he was at A&M in that stretch, and I know the kind of returner he was in the league. So
it may have been Dante Hall. Yeah, it may have been Dante Hall. Yeah, it may have been Dante Hall. We worked so hard, BK. It was like every time we had a special teams deal, it was like, okay, here's where you're gonna hey, Phil, here's where you're gonna kick the ball to. And we ended up, and the game started, and that ball went right to him. And that dude stroked down the sideline. I was like, oh, my God. Like Gary Darnell was our special teams coach. I'm like, Gary, we've been practicing. Don't kick. Your guy just kicked it to that guy. And he was flying, man. Leland McElroy, that's who it was.
There you go.
It was Leland McElroy. We kicked it to him.
Thank you,
oh,
guys.
My God.
Oh, man. I figured it was Dante Hall, but Leland McElroy.
We practiced like hell the whole year. I mean, first game on, I was for sure that, because I had our kickoff returners and Mike Adams was the punt returner because I worked with those guys. And I'm like, Gary, all you have to do is do what you've been doing once a week. Hit it in this corner or make it short. I don't care if it bounces and lands at the 40. Let him have it there. And the kickoff guy kicked it. It went right into his hands. And I'm like, oh, my God.
That's funny. Good memory.
That's when things go bad, when you practice all these things against a certain team and you do the exact opposite.
You can practice a bunch, but if you don't execute, then what matters? No one really cares about what you do in practice. We only care about what you do on Saturday when the game's going on. So, yeah, I don't want to hear it. We're going to hear it tomorrow about how they've had a great week of practice. But, again, actions speak louder than words. So let's see it.
Yeah, well, I know what they will be practicing on special teams, punt block. Because this group is going to come after them in this game after what they saw.
Well, that's the scary part, right? Oklahoma special teams are very good.
Wow.
They've got a great left-footed kicker who's a transfer from UTSA, right? Texas went and got a Texas State transfer at kicker. The Sooners went and got a kicker from UTSA.
And Oregon went and got an offensive lineman from Texas State. Wow.
Yeah, they did. Tate Sandell is his name. He's been very good. I think he's 9 of 10 on field goals this year. And then their punter has also a transfer and has also been really, really good for the Sooners. They also have a great punt returner, Isaiah Satania, who's
Oh,
maybe their
boy.
most explosive offensive playmaker outside of John Mateer, if you call him a playmaker. But Satania is the leading receiver, and he is also a weapon as a return man. And I was watching OU Kent State. I know it's Kent State, but that guy, like every time the ball was in his hands, he was running by people, making people miss, making stuff happen.
It's like kicking the ball to Concepcion, the kid at A&M. Don't kick it to that dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, he's number 5 for Oklahoma. He's actually from Austin. He started his career at Arkansas and transferred to Oklahoma. He's been there for a couple of years. And yeah, he is a difference maker there. And then for Texas, by the way, Isaiah Satania, where was he in high school? He attended high school in Arkansas too. So I guess he was born in Austin, but moved to Arkansas at some point. I was trying to look up where he went to high school. That's why I don't remember him in high school. Texas, Buck, in their last 2 SEC regular season games has had a punt blocked. Because remember, A&M blocked a punt in the last regular season game of last year. So 2 straight SEC regular season games, the Longhorns have had a punt blocked. And you talked about it on Monday. The one against Florida was easy. Go ahead.
Texas will have the same guy back there blocking for it.
Yeah, I don't know if you change your protectors, but you better change the way your protectors are protecting.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You can't let the inside guy have a direct path to your punter.
No.
Him takes off his foot. So yeah, special teams could be a factor because Oklahoma's pretty good at that, and Texas has had its issues there. I mean, Texas, like Jack Bomeister, the Longhorns should have downed Florida inside the 5-yard line 3 times.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I didn't even mention that. I didn't mention that on Monday. They had opportunities. Their guys are like looking around in the air. Where the hell's the ball? I'm like, it's right there. It's just going to take one hop and go in the end zone.
Yeah, 3 touchbacks in that game for Texas, and all 3 of them, I think, had the opportunity to be stopped or downed, I should say, inside the 5-yard line, and they weren't. So, yeah, special teams was not very good for Texas this past weekend. Ryan Niblett, again, I mean, it's a good comment here by Derek. You can kick it to Ryan Niblett because he's not going to catch it. So Oklahoma's like, yeah, just punt it to that guy, punt it close to him. He's going to run away from the ball and let it roll for 15 yards. So don't worry about that. So yeah, Texas is special.
Like I said, that's. I mean, I coach punt returners all my life, so that would be one that I'm sorry, I'd have to use up one of those freshman wide receivers would be my punt returner. One of these 5-star guys, I would have taught him how to catch punts by now. He'd be in those games making a difference. Not number 21 who gets into the backfield and takes snaps away from running backs. That's not explosive to me. I haven't seen him all these explosions that this guy's supposed to have. He's one of our most explosive players. I haven't seen him explode yet.
Oh, it's a stubborn coaching staff, and they're not the only stubborn
very much
staff. I mean, we've seen it with quarterback decisions in recent years from Steve Sarkisian. We've seen it with wide receiver decisions where those guys just don't rotate. I think we saw it with the decision to leave Nick Brooks in the game for the entire second half. It's like, no, we have to make this work because we went out on a limb benching a player and putting in a true freshman. We have to make this work. We don't want to take somebody else out because then we look bad. It's like,
I know that's almost the whole thing about the NFL and drafting a quarterback, and you got to play him. You got to play him because we drafted him so high. No, you don't. You got to win the game. Your job is to win the game. And even on Saturday, as we saw Arch Manning, later in the game, he got a little bit better. But when the backup quarterback gets in and he throws the ball on time and he throws a nice pass and it's in rhythm and everything else, I wouldn't take that dude out.
Yeah,
that's what I'll be stubborn. I'll be stubborn on that one, and I'll be the fall guy.
I can't.
He won't be now. The backup wouldn't be my starter the next game if things work out. I'm still going to start Arch Manning, but during that series, BK, I'm probably going to let that guy play a couple more downs.
Are you?
Yes, I would.
Really?
Yes, I know. I know what that sounds like.
It's not like his helmet came off in the first quarter. That's the last possession of the football game.
I know.
I'm not blaming Sark. There's no coach in the world who would have left Matthew Caldwell in that situation. No coach in the world, Buck.
I would have taken that. I would have taken a shot at it.
Oh my God!
If he does it more than one, if he would have done it, I would have given at least another shot at it.
Yeah,
a second chance at it.
Look, there's some Texas fans who probably agree with you because I don't disagree. It was a good play by Matthew Caldwell. Great gain over the middle. Then you had a 15-yard personal foul penalty on top of that. So that was by far and away the best.
It just was the rhythm of it. Just seemed like the rhythm of the game. Like I said, that guy's still going to be my quarterback the following week. I wouldn't change the following week.
What do you do? What do you do if Matthew Caldwell stays in the game? He leads Texas to points and a 2-point conversion. Is he your guy in overtime?
Ooh.
If he is and he wins, he's got to be your guy next week, no?
Nah.
Come on.
I go back to the old politics in that game. Now I'm gonna have to go with I'm gonna see how my guy starts out. You're stuck with this guy for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if you're stuck. You're not stuck with him. I mean, you have options if you want out. I don't think you should want out. I don't think you should give up on this thing yet, New York Times. But yeah, I mean,
Right. We know how the head coach is with, as you said, certain positions. It's just going to be that way. You put a lot into this quarterback.
Yeah, of course. I think Sark believes in Arch Manning, and I mean he stood up for him a lot in the post-game presser on Saturday, and stuck up for him even more in the game week presser on Monday. So I think Sark still believes in Arch and believes in this thing. But yeah, I don't think there's a coach in the world who would have left Matthew Caldwell in that spot. And look,
except for our Monday morning quarterbacks.
And of course, hindsight's 2020. So you could be like, well, BK, they brought Arch in and he took another sack and it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. But with the benefit of hindsight, of course, you would probably leave Matthew Caldwell in that spot. But in real time, again, I feel like every coach in the country in that spot, in that drive with what was on the line, they put their starting quarterback back into the football game. So I don't know. We will see. We will see if
I know they knew one thing. If he came in the game and just turned around and handed it off, it was going to get stuffed. They did know that part of it.
Yeah, they did know that. Yeah, it's what happens this weekend if Arch struggles, right? Like we haven't seen Arch get pulled in a game yet this year. Quinn got pulled in the Georgia game last year when Texas was getting punked. Now Quinn got reinserted back into the game.
Right.
I think that's because Arch Manning also didn't play well. I think if Arch played really well against Georgia, they would have left him in, and then there could have been an interesting decision to make after the game. But we have not seen that. Could we see it this Saturday? If Arch is really struggling and Texas is down 14-3 at halftime, so obviously worst case scenario here, but is that something that Sark would have to consider?
You got to win the game. Once again, you got to win the game.
Got to win the game. It's a must win. You lose this game, your playoff hopes are down the drain.
Yeah, if it doesn't work out, you got in this game, rivalry game. Once again, as I said, heroes are made in this game. You want the hero to be the quarterback that you put a lot of everything into. You'd like for that to happen, but if there's, like I said, a lot of guys become heroes and the GOATs in this game. If a guy can become a hero, what are you going to do? You got to win the game.
Right. It's a big one. It's a legacy game for Arch, for everybody on both sides of this.
Well, absolutely. It's his first one as a starter. This is his first OU game. You don't want to be pulled in this damn game.
God, no. That's worst case scenario for.
But you may see a lot of throwaways.
I'll say this too. We're talking about Arch getting pulled for playing poorly. The way last weekend went, Buck, you were right. A lot of people were right. Early in the year, when John Mateer was doing everything for Oklahoma, it was like, this guy's going to get hurt.
Yes.
And he got hurt. This past Saturday, Arch Manning did everything for Texas. If that's the case again, where the offensive line doesn't block, the running backs can't run, and Arch has to do everything for Texas
He may not
again,
make it through the game.
He might not make it through the game. So that's another, you hope that doesn't happen, obviously, but
let me say this, BK. If he has to be your best runner, then your backup quarterback is going to get some snaps in for sure because he's going to need a blow because he's going to be the guy he's going to be running for his life, and he's going to be the best runner that you have, their best weapon at running back too. So there may be some room for the backup quarterback to get some snaps in this game. Because your starter's going to need he's going to need a chance to catch his breath somewhere.
Everybody talks about the quarterback, and the problem with Texas last week wasn't all on the quarterback. The other 10 guys just didn't show up. You cannot win in this league, especially in this game, if you're playing 1-on-11 football. I mean,
well, dude, your defense didn't show up either. So, I mean, it's not – no, this wasn't all the quarterback. This was coaching. You know, the head coach told you we got to do a better job coaching. You know, he said it. He said it himself. He, along with the rest of them, have to do a better job. You know, they got to be doing a better job communicating things. I mean, the simplest of things, as I said, not playing a guy from the state of Florida in that particular game. Your communications with your own staff has to be better. You can make some in-game mistakes, managerial mistakes that can cost you in recruiting. You can't do that. That part of it you've done such a great job of. Why would you make that mistake now?
Yep. Big one for Sark, who is 2-8 against top 10 opponents during his tenure at Texas.
Wow.
Oklahoma obviously ranked number 6, and Texas is favored in the game. You know, maybe that changes.
You believe in stats, and here it is. You know when you see those numbers, you know about the numbers, and it's almost crazy for me to think that Texas should be winning this game. That's the thing. Those are numbers that are sitting right in your face with the head coach and who he goes against.
Here's 3 numbers right here that scare you a little bit if you're a Texas fan, and you know you're starting to hear some James Franklin comparisons for Steve. Sark.
I was thinking of that early this week when I said that who's hurting worse than Sark, James Franklin, and I was like, is Sark going to become James Franklin? But Sark's winning bigger games, isn't he? But then again, when you just told me those numbers, those aren't big games that he wins.
Well,
I mean, to get to the semifinals, you had to win a couple big games.
Well, Penn State did that last year too.
Yeah.
Now they played SMU and Boise State, not quite Clemson and Arizona State, but Clemson and Arizona State. They were the 2 lowest seeded teams in the playoff last year, or 2 of the 3 lowest seeded teams in the playoff last year. Sark's like, you know, James Franklin got that monumental win against Ohio State. That was like 2016. Sark's sort of monumental win was against Alabama. That was 2 years ago. So you got that. But here are like the scary stats right now. Steve Sarkisian is 2-8 against top 10 teams at Texas. He is 5-18 against top 10 teams all time. He is 9-15 in 1-score games. So when you're talking about winning championships or playing Oklahoma more often than not, I know last year they sucked, but usually this is going to be a close game, and usually they're around the top 10. When you're talking about like big games, rivalry games, championship games, you're going to be playing top 10 teams, and you're going to be playing a lot of 1-score games. And right now, your coach's track record is not where you would like it to be.
You're right.
Could change. I don't know what Ryan Day's full stats were, but everyone was saying, oh, Ryan Day can't win the big one, can't win the big one. He won the big one last year. So it's not like Sark's career is over and those numbers aren't going to change at all and he can't fix them. But
his stat was his couldn't beat Michigan. Everything else, he's beating everybody else's ass pretty good.
Well, he was losing every playoff game, though. Like, you're right. Michigan's the biggest bugaboo, and it still is a thorn in his side. But, like, they were making the playoff every year, but they just weren't winning championships. Big Ten or national, and he figured that out. So at least the national part of it. So that's where Sark is right now. And again, chance to get to 3-10, a very good chance to get to 3-10 on Saturday. This is a beatable Oklahoma team, and they might be playing with a backup quarterback. So big advantage here. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. A little more Texas OU chatter. We also
Let me ask you this, BK. Let me ask you this quickly. Did anybody come up? Did the injury report come out, or is that tomorrow?
It's today.
It's today.
Yeah. First injury report will come out tonight. I will say this, some insiders that I've talked to and read from say that Manny Muhammad was practicing on Monday.
How about Wisner?
Trey Wisner, I believe, was also practicing Monday. He also was talking to the media on Monday during the player availability. Like if he was out, he wouldn't be talking to the press. So I think they think Wisner's going to be good to go. Parker Livingston dodged a huge bullet. MRI, everything clean.
Is he playing?
Sounds like he's going to play too.
Wow.
He's a Texas kid. grew up a Longhorn fan. This game means a lot to him. He's going to do everything in his power to play. I think
That's
he
like
will.
Gumby the way he got hit.
Yeah, that knee is probably like 8 different colors right now.
Oh, I bet.
After that shot he took. And CJ Baxter, I don't know. CJ Baxter is running, apparently. I don't know if he's practicing. He's running. So that one's a little dicier, I think, here on a Wednesday morning. But we will get the first injury report of the week tonight.
Now, for Baxter, does it sound like it's is it back to being the knee or is it the hamstring?
It's the hamstring.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless everybody's wrong on this, but everyone has reported hamstring. That's what it looked like when it happened, and that's been the reporting since it happened. The first snap in that UTEP game. So there's the insider injury report, but again, the official one, the first one of the week, will come out tonight.
Okay.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. Again, more Texas OU conversation. Also some fun with AI, including Arch Manning AI, which this one's not going to be fun to listen to for Texas fans. But before we get to that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Fork and knife cinnamon roll today. BK classic buttermilk stack for me today. I'm going after it. Told you I need that. I got to get to that 160. This is my week. Get it going on. And no better way than to head on over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. I will have some nice coffee with it. I will not have a margarita this morning, but I will have buttermilk pancakes. Big stack for me. Not a big pancake guy, but when I go over there, those pancakes are absolutely fantastic. I'm not a link sausage guy. I like my sausage patties, and those were delicious too. But folks, you'd enjoy Daymakers. They've got everything that you want. They're open up at 7 a.m. till 3. They're not open for dinner. And if you want lunch, you want it for breakfast, you can have lunch for breakfast. You can have a burger at breakfast time, or you can have breakfast at lunchtime. It's up to you. But what a wonderful spot there. It really is, right there on Mopac, right where the old IHOP used to be, right beside Salt Trader, one of Jack Gilmore's fine restaurants. It is wonderful. It's Daymaker Half Day Cafe.
Yeah, one of our travel partners for Texas OU.
Sweet.
As well. So love Daymaker and love Jack.
And don't forget Jack Allen's Kitchen too, folks. That's absolutely fantastic.
Forget at your own peril.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know what else you could do at Daymaker early in the morning?
What's that?
Drink some Altstadt beer.
Oh, there you go.
Come on, man. I will be booze cruising. I'm taking a rental car up to Dallas this weekend.
Now you're talking.
And it ain't my car, so I might as well drink while I'm driving, right?
No, don't say that.
No.
No.
What about that Florida man? What about the Florida man we talked about?
There may be some kids that didn't go to school today.
Oh. What about that Florida man we talked about who was only drinking at stoplights and stop signs? Can I do that? Is that okay?
No, you can't do that either. Now, if your girl's driving, you can drink all you want to, I guess. Maybe I don't even know if you can have an open container, can you?
You can't. No.
No, not in this state.
Don't do that. I'm not doing that. Y'all know.
I know you're not.
Love the Altstadt beer, though. Y'all know I'm not kidding about that. It's the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. They've got it in Dallas. So if you're making your way up to Dallas and you're hitting the town Friday night, Saturday night, hopefully after a win, make sure you're drinking the Altstadt. If you're staying back here in Austin, if you're in Houston, if you're in San Antonio tuned in, it doesn't matter. They got Altstadt available all across the Lone Star State. Stuff is fantastic. So many different brews. I had a few Oktoberfest this past weekend. The seasonal fall brew. It's perfect for your football, for your playoff baseball watching, for your hockey watching, whatever you're watching, whatever you're doing. Your good times are made better with a great beer. And Altstadt is my choice. It should be yours as well. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg. Again, easy to find all across the state. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
By the way, no more Jack injuries. Screens to the tight end. He's not fast enough. He's not twitchy enough to take those balls and go. He's used to 1 yard outs. Don't quit throwing screens to him and think he's going to shake somebody. Do you like those? Have you seen those to that guy?
I'm so annoyed by Jack injuries. And it's not Jack injuries' fault. He's so good. I think he's so good. And I guess maybe this is my ego now getting in the way because I was predicting all year or all offseason that he was going to have a great year. And he's doing next to nothing, and I just don't think it's his fault. I don't think the coaching is doing enough to get him open. I don't think the quarterback
asking him to run screens. Enough. He's not a screen guy.
They're doing 2 catches for 2 yards against
2 catches. I mean, I've never heard of that before. 2 catches for 2 yards
for a tight end. Yeah, who's supposed to be a downfield threat, and it's insane.
He goes
I
from
don't
his
know.
tight end spot straight to the sideline, BK, and he has to make a catch for 1 yard. I mean, and then quit giving him screen. He's not a screen guy. One of those other big tight ends who can't catch, throw it to them and let them run.
Hey, the only guy who tried to throw to injuries down the field was Ryan Wingo.
Yeah.
And he overshot him. It was there. It shows that injuries can
By
get
the way,
open.
it was there.
It was there. It was an
good
easy
call.
touchdown. And Wingo just, as a receiver, you can't get too mad at him, but didn't put enough air on the football.
No, I just need Wingo to catch the ones he can catch.
Yeah, we'll start with that. Then we'll get to the throwing stuff, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, I would love to say I think injuries is going to be an X factor in this game on Saturday, but I just don't know how you can predict it.
I picked him as the player of the game last week.
Did you?
Yes, remember the pregame at Lavaca Street? I said, Jack Injury, he's going to be the guy. He caught 2 balls for, what do you call? I mean, seriously, 2 yards. That was it.
2 balls.
That's hard to do, BK. You can catch 2 balls for 4 yards.
Buck, if you're curious, Jack Injury's long reception on Saturday was 1 yard. 2 catches, 1 yard each for Jack Injuries. Yeah, mine was Parker Livingston, 2 catches, 47 yards. He got hurt, so we both put the hex on our guys last week because Livingston was my
Parker
pick.
Livingston was probably on his way to having a fan. That guy could have been a huge difference maker since the quarterback likes to throw to him. That could have been a huge if the quarterback didn't get him almost decapitated, his knee taken off,
Yeah. 2 catches for 47
You don't do that
yards.
to your roommate. You're not supposed to do that to your roommate.
No, not quite your stereotypical hospital ball, but Arch, look, it was a good enough throw to where Livingston could catch it, but if it was a little better of a throw, then Livingston
could have been able to turn around and see it coming a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe avoided that nasty hit that he took, but thank God.
That hit got on him in a hurry, though, man.
Thank God. I saw that, and I'm like, he's out for at least a month. Like, best case scenario is it's only a month, but he may be gone for the year.
Oh, that's what I thought. I thought he was gone for a year. As soon as I saw the way that knee went the other way when it got hit, and he was lucky that thing was in the air.
Yeah. And that's huge. It's huge for Texas. The Longhorns have their full complement of wide receivers available for this game. And I thought the receivers played pretty well last week. Again, the passing game left some to be desired, but I thought Arch did a lot of good things. Emmett Mosley looks like a nice addition to this offense.
He does.
We know what Livingston's capable of. We know what Moore's capable of. Wingo had a good game. He's got to get the hands a little more shored up. But we saw another deep bomb touchdown to Wingo, which is what we like to see. And I think Texas is going to need to hit on a few of those deep shots because I don't know how they're going to sustain 7, 8, 9 play drives against this Oklahoma defense. So it was good to see that. So that's the good news.
It surprises me with Wingo, BK, because he has that body. He has that frame that like high balls, the one on the sideline there that is just him just getting his hands above his head. Those should be grabs. Those are the ones that you don't mind getting up there, because you're so tall. Yeah. That thing went through his hands like, dude, it's not like it's almost caught. It just went through your hands. It's not that hard. And sometimes Arch doesn't throw the best kind of ball to you. Sometimes you can put a lot on it on certain balls. But that was just such a catchable ball. And that was a big moment. That was down the field, 15, 20 yards down the field. I mean, you got to have those catches. If you're ever going to be, if he thinks he's going to be an NFL player, I mean, you got to be able to catch the ball in the NFL, I believe.
I believe so too. Yeah, you're not going to have a ton of opportunities. I'd love to be proven wrong on this, but I just don't think this offense is going to have a ton of great opportunities against an Oklahoma defense that's number 1 in the country in total defense right now. So,
yeah, your quarterback's not going to have that much time.
You've got to take advantage if there is an Oklahoma coverage breakdown. If Stark does scheme somebody open, which I think he will a couple of times, if someone does miss a tackle, like you got to turn your opportunities into big plays. And another thing that really scares me in this game, I think Texas is going to get some yards in this game because Brent Venables allows you to have yards, but he's the ultimate bend don't break guy. Yes. And 2 years ago, the game that Texas lost to Oklahoma, Texas struggled to score in the red zone. And what has Texas struggled to done really the last 3 years against everybody? But again, here this year, they have struggled in the red zone. So this may be Venables' best defense at OU. Texas, I don't know if Texas is going to get into the red area more than 2 times, maybe 3.
Yeah, maybe 3 at the most.
You've got to get points on those drives. Field goals may be good enough this week. You can't walk away with 0. Obviously, you'd love 7, but you can't walk away with 0 in the red area because that's weakness on strength right there. Sark, as a red zone coach, it's proven at this point, not good enough. Venables is an elite red zone defensive coach. That could determine who wins this game on Saturday if Texas could take advantage of their red area.
Well, once again, and the Longhorns defense just has to show up. I know you believe in them. They have to show up in a way that was just not that was nothing. Last week was, that doesn't happen with this defense. It hadn't happened in a long, long time. They show up, they're going to be plenty of opportunities they're going to get against Oklahoma. Whether John Mateer was playing or not, they would still get plenty of opportunities. They'd put enough pressure on their offensive line, that would be a problem. This is the best defense that group is going to see too.
Oh, we said it last week, and I guess it was right because Florida was the first to 20, and they won. Both teams did get to 20, and the over hit, which I was surprised by. But I think this week could be the exact same thing, with or without Mateer. It could be a first to 20 kind of game. I expect the Texas defense to show up. They need to. Of course, you're right. They need to. They have to be a lot better than they were in Gainesville. But I fully believe that the Longhorn defense is going to play well. I think Texas's best chance. This is football 101, but I really think it holds true in this game. If the Texas defense can get turnovers,
yes.
Again, this offense is going to need all the help that it can get because they're struggling.
It's not going to get long, sustained drives, so they got to give you a turnover
and
make some of these short drives.
Yeah, the first touchdown that Texas scored against Florida last week was after a turnover. I think they only had to go 40-something yards, and they took advantage, scored a touchdown. So you get a couple of those. Obviously, a defensive score, ding, 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 best case scenario. But if you could just get a couple of takeaways to where you're giving your offense some short fields to work with, that would go a long way. It would go a long way. All right. I want to have some fun with AI here, Buck.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. Real quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm.
Yeah.
Brian Hurricane Hecht, a good friend of both of ours now. A guy who's been a buddy of mine for over a decade. A guy who's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade. Hey, if you're driving up to Texas OU this weekend and some jabroni in an 18-wheeler wrecks your car and you get hurt, call Hurricane Hecht, the best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or someone you know gets hurt in a car wreck or injured on the job, there's nobody else you should trust. Don't call those.
Or my dog jumps over the fence and attacks you.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen because then Hecht's going to be taking money from you, Buck. I don't know if you want that. But you shouldn't trust the weirdos you see on TV because they're spending all their time filming commercials. They're not in court. They're not actually doing work. They're hosting podcasts with little girls or standing on top of cars. It's not normal behavior. Hurricane Hecht.
Helicopters.
Hurricane Hecht, you don't see him on TV because he's in the courtroom all the time. He's fighting. Give him a call. He's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. 512-938-8929 or go to hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Very nice.
So let's have a little fun with AI. Or is this AI, Buck? We'll see. We will start with James Franklin, the head coach of Penn State. This is from James Franklin's post-game press conference following the Nittany Lions' inexcusable loss to UCLA as a 24.5-point favorite. Here is James Franklin talking about what went wrong for his squad on Saturday.
I wanted to prove that I don't just lose to good teams. I can lose to shitty teams too. UCLA finally played a team that hates their coach more than them. Despite this loss, I have a bright future ahead of me. I'm in talks to be the get-back coach at UCLA next year. I got beat by a coach that looks like a damn mannequin. He's a Timu James Vanderbeek. Seriously. He looks like he's an actor playing a football coach on a WB show. I'm pretty sure the entire UCLA coaching staff works at an Olive Garden in NoHo. I was left on the tarmac and had to get my own plane ticket. I'm sure it was just an accident, though. I'm getting really good at standing on the field after a loss and looking totally despondent. I'm probably the best in the country. My best power is taking NFL scouted QBs and cock blocking their development. So what about Arch, huh? What a joke that guy is, right? If there was ever a national story for you guys to write about, there it is.
Wow. So James Franklin saying he's in talks to be the get-back coach at UCLA next year.
Wow.
That's interesting. Breaking news there. And also, hey, don't talk about me. Talk about Arch. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Talk about that guy.
Well, speaking of Arch Manning, this is some exclusive audio here, only on TSU. And it's disappointing to hear. It's not as fun when it's your team doing it, but here is Arch Manning after the loss to Florida.
Such a fraud nepo baby. I think Ronnie James was a good draft pick. I'm starting to wonder if I'm just ass. And my uncle's paid off their recruiting services for my 5 stars. I just need to awaken my bad side. Like maybe I should truck a placeholder and stand over him. That will pump me up. We did the impossible. Made Billy Napier look like a good coach and not a guy that's high on meth skateboarding at a gas station. If my last name wasn't Manning, I'd be working at a Cabela's talking about fishing baits on sale this week. I'm just glad I got paid for all those cheesy-ass commercials before the country actually saw me play. If we could play San Jose State and UTEP every week, I'd still be ass. It'll be funny to see if Sark benches me or rides my lung losing ass into the Bluebonnet Bowl against Texas State. This Al Shucks attitude ends tonight. I'm going to play some pickup basketball games against some high school freshmen and just talk mad shit.
Wow.
Nice. I like that one. That was great.
Arch Manning. Yeah, tough to hear. Exclusive audio only on Texas Sports Unfiltered. 2 more here. We've got Shedeur Sanders. But by the way, NFL, we didn't get to this. There's other important things to talk about. Joe Flacco got traded to Cincinnati yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. How the hell did that happen? I was just starting 2 weeks ago.
Bengals need a quarterback because Burrow's out and Jake Browning's been really bad. And Dylan Gabriel played okay for the Browns, but the Browns lost overseas. And Shedeur Sanders, who's now the number 2 QB in Cleveland, he seems to be celebrating the Browns losing.
I laugh whenever we lose because I'm a horrible teammate and want nothing but failure for Dylan Gabriel. He looks like a chihuahua that got hit by a scooter. I wasn't at practice this week because I took mime classes and got really good at being an insufferable prick, but silently. But, surprise, surprise, the Browns lost again. This time in London, which is hilarious that they took the time to come here knowing they were going to lose. Jimmy Haslam said he's committed to losing in as many countries as possible. If the NFL wants to expand the game, constantly exporting the Browns and the Jaguars is not the best strategy. Of course, the Browns would draft a generational talent like me, but still start a short Asian kid that looked like AC Slater's autistic nephew. I paid an ugly Brit hooker for photos of her feet, and I'm going to send them to Rex Ryan's fat ass. Something for him to enjoy while he eats his stromboli and watches film as a TV analyst because the NFL still isn't interested.
Wow.
Oh, my God, Shedeur Sanders. And we'll bring on Wags and Al Walsh here for this last one. Good morning, gentlemen. We've got one
What's
more
up?
Here. Exclusive audio. Has anyone heard from Mark Sanchez since the stabbing over the weekend?
Isn't he in ICU?
Well, we were able to track him down here with our TSU crack staff. Here is Mark Sanchez explaining what happened in that incident in Indianapolis over the weekend.
I fought that old ass Uber Eats guy because he dropped off honey barbecue wings and I specifically ordered sriracha. I was also on PCP. That probably didn't help. I'm a good guy. It's just that when I'm like 6 Red Stripes, 7 Jaeger bombs, an Irish car bomb, and 5 JMO shots deep, I get super territorial. I went red and just started beating him, just chanting JETS, 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 Jets at every punch I connected, which was only 2 punches. I got shit hammered drunk and attacked an innocent man because I'm calling the Raiders game and wanted to see what it's like to be a part of their fan base. I was doing wind sprints in the alley before I got my ass beat. I want to stay ready in case an NFL team needs a backup quarterback that got worked over by a guy as old as Bill Nye. I was just on a bunch of bars and booze, man. Honestly, I thought the dude was Peyton's dad, Archie, and Shooter Shoot. I've lost friends over this already. Not because I picked a fight with an old man, but because I got my ass beat by an old man.
Wow.
Dude, that old man almost stabbed you to death.
Yeah, interesting comments there from Mark Sanchez. But
He wants to get back in the game, huh? Trying to stay healthy?
I guess so.
Wants to embrace the Raiders black hole, I guess?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't know. They could use a quarterback the way Geno Smith has played this year. My goodness. And Mark Sanchez wanting to show that he still has that fight. So he picked a fight with an old guy because apparently he got his Uber Eats order wrong.
Boy, somebody shitting Shador's Cheerios, huh?
Yeah, him doing the mime thing last week was like the dumbest thing. I mean, for a guy who's a 5th-round pick, acting like he's a first-round, the first guy in the draft every year of the NFL is just it's incredible how arrogant that kid is.
He's a little flashy. Yeah, there's probably it should be team first. I'm with you, Buck. It should definitely be team first and then me next. But people are like that. Some people got to put their brand out there. Jackson Dart's kind of the same way. I'm getting that vibe too, man. So I'm not happy with my quarterback either, Buck.
You're not happy with your quarterback with the Giants? He's going to be your quarterback for a long time.
I think he's a little mouthy. I think he's got to do a little bit more before he can sit there and talk.
Listen, the Giants needed any kind of excitement that they could possibly get. I mean, I'm not a Giants fan, but I'm here in the heart of all the misery, and they needed some injection of life into this team. So let them
relying on Scatabo, dude. It's just not, and we can get into this in a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a tough task for him with Neighbors out for the rest of the season. So I don't even feel like we're going to get the true potential of Dart this year, but. Giants probably wind up getting another top 5, another top 10 pick, and we're on the move.
Get a lineman.
And for Scatterboot, I mean, that guy's been playing all right. He just had a fumble that went the other way.
See, here's the thing, though, Buck. Like, anytime the guy makes just a basic block, they hype him up like he's the next Mike Altstadt or he's going to the Hall of Fame, going to Canton, man. Like, it's a routine block.
Yeah, but he can't do anything about that. He's just playing football like he always plays, and that's the people that don't understand. But I mean, when he fumbles, it's the end of the world. No, he had a fumble. He's a rookie. He fumbles. He's gonna, he's not a fumbler. He's never been a fumbler. But then all of a sudden now the glitter is gone. No, that guy's a good football player, and he's going to stay a good football player. But they just shouldn't think more of him than what he is. He's a rookie.
Right. They were hyping him up like he was the next Superman or whatever, and that fell flat on their face.
Hey, for that team, maybe he is.
Yeah.
They need a couple more than just one Superman.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. And he's doing backflips, though, in the end zone, Wags. You don't like that?
Walsh might be a magician. We just lost Walsh. He just kind of disappeared out of nowhere. So
hey, this, Wags, guess what? Yankees are still playing baseball, my friend.
So Judge hit this home run, right? I'm sitting here thinking that it's a foul ball. Like I'm getting, and Katie's calling me. She's calling me to come clean up this mess in the kitchen and shit. And I'm like, hold on 1 second. And then as I'm walking out the door, like I'm singing, all right, foul ball. And then I hear the roar, the eruption on the TV, and I'm sitting here watching it. Judge ties the damn thing up. And then I'm sitting here watching for about 5 more minutes. And Katie's just like, what are you doing? I'm sorry. I thought it was going to go to a break, but he ended up tying the damn ball game, man.
So. Of course he did. I'm staying up. I'm trying to stay up and watch my team win and get things done. And it happens. That's what happens when you play against the Yankees.
Wags. Bucky went to sleep before the Judge homer. Not like after the Yankees went up 7. He went to sleep when it was 6-3.
Well, I mean, it looked like they were on the doorstep. It looked like they were done, dude. So
it was the 4th inning.
They got life now. It's probably gonna be a bull. Hey, what's up? Walsh is back, Magician Walsh. So it's probably gonna be a bullpen game, right, for both clubs. I'm thinking.
No, Schindler's List is pitching. Schindler's List is pitching.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's a problem. Yeah. But I mean, Toronto though, they got to be in the can, man. They're kind of done. You'd like to think that the advantage goes to the Yankees now for the next game, right?
Yeah.
It's always been with the Yankees. Don't ever forget that. This isn't the Orioles. It's always been with the Yankees.
Listen, I think Schindler will have a decent performance tonight, but the Blue Jays have been one of the top contact teams in baseball all season. I mean, that lineup, even without Mashup, we've seen them do some damage here. And I know that, we're at a different setting now at Yankee Stadium, but we saw the Blue Jays come out last night and put some runs up. So I don't think that you can count them out by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, Judge fell into a home run, finally quit hitting singles.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely some big at-bats late, and if you're a Yankees fan, you go down 6-1 like that, you're already thinking the worst. Me, as a Phillies fan, I'm trying not to think the worst for tonight against the Dodgers, but it's a reality. So, yeah, we're definitely going to get into some baseball today. I got plenty of words on the topic.
Yeah,
There we go.
man.
Well, we'll let y'all get to it,
All right,
boys.
boys.
Wallace, thanks for filling in. Y'all have a great show. We'll be listening.
Boys.
Later, boys. There
Thanks,
they go.
guys.
Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Sitting in for my co-host, Rodney Rodriguez, is the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Al Walsh. You can find him on Twitter at 14a.walsh. He is my partner in crime from old school land, man. My beast from back east. Amigo, how are you, good sir? Oh, I think you're freezing up a little bit.
A little bit of a rough start. Am I?
No, yeah, we're good.
Come on. We had a little bit of a rough. All right. Yeah, well, obviously a little bit of a rough start there. Moved in with my girlfriend last week, so getting the office set up and whatnot. I don't know if anybody saw me there. I had to take a couple of those blue Walmart bags down out of the background. So
I didn't see anything.
Trying to make it work here.
Now.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. So yeah, things have been wild. Got some new writing opportunities where you guys can check my stuff out.
Before we dip into last night, man, let's see. So everybody knows you as the obligatory go-to, like the cousin that you got to call on Sunday to get the last minute bets in, the DraftKings guru, the RotoWire guru. But now a little prestige has been coming up on those cojones, buddy. You've been invited out to the grotto. You're writing for Playboy Sports. What's up?
Yeah. Opportunity that came out of the blue, and just to kind of like put an even more odd spin on it, right? It's, leading up to probably a month ago, it had been a good solid 18 months since I left Caesar Sportsbook, right? I've been trying to find new opportunities at different companies, interviewed with Fanatics and Hard Rock. And whatever, like for whatever reason, they just didn't fall through, or they didn't come through. And all of a sudden,
now, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but after Caesars, were you just trying to like just take a break from the whole vibe, from the whole scene, all in general, and just trying to like lay low and just try and find something new? I know you mentioned like you wanted to try and get into tech a little bit too, right?
A little bit. I mean, I really didn't know at that point. Just after 18 months of trying. It was weird. I got 3 different job offers. So I've been doing freelance writing since Caesars, and RotoWire been one of the clients that I write for. So now I just had Playboy into the mix there, and then another one with goal.com. We're a soccer site, so intertwining soccer content in together with the big events today. So today obviously baseball playoffs, tomorrow Thursday night football. Everything's intertwined, but you're still going to get some good picks and analysis for free, right? You don't got to pay for this shit. So I got the subscriptions. I got all the good data. I'm relaying it out there to the people. So pay it in good kind to visit me out there at the Bunny Ranch. Digitally,
so everybody, or Patrick in here, is saying you're doomed, Walsh. You already you cast your ticket in, you're moved into with your old lady, and now you already got this like super gig. Like, what the hell, man? It's like devil. It's like now that the devil knows that you're good, or maybe it's God tempting your fate, right? Like, hey,
listen. There have been a lot of attempts, right? Like
I know you. I've been out on the scene with Mr. Walsh, man. Very charming guy. Don't come around my mom, buddy.
No, listen, I am over the age of 40 now, so much different ball game out there. But no, I was just gonna say, like, my girlfriend and I have been together for a year, and I'm like always over here anyway, so it made good sense to move in.
Honestly, the next step, right? It's fiscally smarter too, right?
Yeah, I want to talk about temptations too. Next Thursday will have been 3 months with no booze, so that's been a huge change as well. Put it in, and I think obviously, when you get all these different writing opportunities, you don't want to screw it up. But even even before,
I'm so effing proud of you, dude. Like,
thank you.
Like, I didn't even know about the no booze for 3 months, man. And you weren't even, I mean, that's fantastic. Not that you had a problem with, but it's great to be clean for a little while, man.
Well, depending on who you ask. But
Sure.
Yeah, no, it's just a different sort of thing. I was talking to my best friend about it yesterday, and he's like, "Oh, what's been working for you?" Right here, the coffee, man. It has been an absolute savior. Yep.
So it's weird. Like, I mean, I gave up one vice for another vice. Now and you know me, I'm an addict. I am an addict, right? Like if I'm not on one thing, I'm on something else, man. But yeah, it has been absolute coffee. Like, my caffeine intake has shot the hell up. So much so that I'm not having difficulty falling asleep, but I'm having difficulty staying asleep. Right. Like,
okay.
and so, yeah, sometimes I'll have to wake up to piss, but when I do, like, when I wake up at 4 a.m, man, and do like the piss call at 4 a.m, go out with the dog. I'm up. I've been up since 4:30 today.
Wags, this is all this. I know this situation all too familiar.
It's yeah, for sure, man. Misery loves company, amigo. Anytime you need that call, man, dial me up. But hey, man, so what Playboy Sports? Let's get into it. Playboy Sports. I didn't even know, like, Playboy had a sports column. Yeah, I thought everything was kind of like put up on a shelf after Hef kind of rest in peace. He's no longer with us after Hef, left us. So what's up? Tell us about Playboy Sports.
Yeah, so this it'll be on the digital side, right? But they've had a sports tab under the lifestyle section, right? So I think, and again, prior to me writing here recently, they hadn't really done any kind of content, but there's also baseball season, right? So now that football's in the mix, we're trying to get some content going, drive some traffic to the site. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much every site that I've written for has been, trying to build up, viewership and clicks and all that kind of stuff. So definitely have a lot of experience here, and, we've written different articles, right? Like, sure. So for Playboy, it's more, well, I shouldn't even say more, but sort of a 50-50 split where we get some editorial. Like, they just came out that baseball is going to use the automated ball strike system next season. So an analysis article on that. There was a big story this week. Cody Brown, who is, I guess, a brand ambassador for FanDuel, he put one of those pre-made parlays up there, 12-leg parlay, a couple different outcomes, receiving yards, touchdowns, etc. It wound up hitting, and 48,850 people also took that same bet. So They said if and again, nobody knows the exact figures yet. I'm sure we'll get it in the coming days. But if the average bet was $20, that would have made each person about $11.50, right? If that was your bet. So if 400, or 48, or basically 49,000 people took that bet at $20, they estimated at $60 million that FanDuel would have lost.
God.
So yeah,
what a rake!
If that article's not up on Playboy yet, it should be soon. But you can definitely read more about that. And it's funny because there was a similar controversy back in June where an online tout guy who's got about 30,000 Twitter followers posted a home run parlay, wound up hitting. A lot of people tailed, and and that was with FanDuel too. They labeled it, "Oh, that's collusion," blah blah blah.
Right.
But their own brand ambassador
trying to get out of it, doing collusion so they didn't have to pay it out.
So those bets, back for the issue back in June, those bets were all paid out. However, the next day they went in and sort of altered their terms and conditions to say, if this looks like collusion, then we're going to void the bets. But they did pay out.
As fuck.
Yeah, they did pay out those bets, and it wound up costing FanDuel $2.2 million. So it's a very interesting look into how now with Twitter, right? I could just send you a screenshot, and you could win $10,000 without putting any effort in. So it is an interesting sort of back and forth.
Kind of like
between
people selling lineups back in the day, huh?
Yeah, exactly, absolutely.
Yeah, those of you guys that don't know, that's Walsh bought my first lineup for $1 for me, man. got me started on the board as a business for the Wagner Wire. Thank you very much for my LLC, man. Speaking of baseball, where do you want to go first? Big night last night, man. Pinstripes with some breath in the lungs there, man. Air in the lungs here. Aaron Judge, and so and truth be told, right? Like I'm supposed to go take the trash out and let Bianca out real quick, and then we're supposed to go watch this new show called Task. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but it's about this. It's about FBI task and FBI task force trying to take down a crew that is robbing bikers. If you can follow
this sounds right up my alley,
bro. It's in Delaware County too. It takes place. Right. So you hear all of our accents right now. You know how my accent's got a little bit of more of a Delco accent just because I'm a little bit more south, right? But I hear the Delco in you all the time, right? Like it comes out and you're right next to it, or you're just north of it. But yeah, you can. It's got a little bit of Philly, but a little bit of Maryland hick in it. You know what I mean? You know, everybody knows the accent, right? But yeah, like the O's down the ocean, you know, like the O's are, you know, exaggerate or just amplified, if you will, accentuated. But yeah, it is pretty compelling, man. I'm trying to think of who else is in it besides Mark Ruffalo is basically the girl from
that
Goonies.
one. Okay, it's on HBO Max.
Yeah, exactly. HBO Max.
Yeah, I know. All right, yeah, I do want to watch.
Gotta check it out. We're only 4 episodes deep, but I'm supposed to go watch that, and then Judge hits the damn home run, and I'm just like, you know, she's like, "What are you doing?" She's yelling at me like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Hey, you know, I'll finish the dishes. I'll take the dog out. Just wait a second, and I'll come watch Task in a second here." It ended up going two more hours. Walsh, I didn't go, and she's. By the time I get in there, she's passed out. So I might be in the dog. I saw Jason say that I might be in the doghouse. I might be in the doghouse. We might not be watching Task tonight.
This is your first mistake trying to watch a show during the month of October. But you know, there's only so much time, Wags.
I know, dude. I get it. Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't know if there'll be enough time. I understand that, dude. I didn't even watch the Texas Florida game live. I had to go back and watch that on.
Oh replay. Man, yeah, Saturday,
stopping, dude. Yeah. Saturday.
Saturday, I had a very busy day, but I made sure I cut out those 3 hours to get my heart broken during the Phillies game.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, man. So where do you want to go first? You want to go with a little bit of the matchups last night, and then we'll tune into what's going on tonight and talk about your Phils.
Sure. Yeah. Look, last night, I guess with the first game, right? What a weird, situation for the Tigers and the Mariners, right? They had to wait out that rain delay.
Bro.
Next up, here come the Mariners, guns a-blazing. So they're up 2-1 here. Bryce Miller on the mound for them today. I kind of like a lot of runs in that game.
What's up? You think it's over after tonight, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would probably give the Tigers the advantage today and then wind up going back to Seattle for a game 5. I could certainly.
Is that Comerica? Is that where it's at?
Yes, it is at Comerica. So this one's really about Bryce Miller. He's been allowing shit ton of runs lately. I forget the exact stat. I think he's allowed 4 or more in like 4 of his last 5 or something along those lines. But I remember for goal.com today, I wrote up Tigers run line and the over 8.5 to put a same game parlay on today. You're going to get something like plus 365 odds on that one. But look, I think we're going to see a desperate Tigers team today, right? And if you had a good pitcher on the mound, I could see the Tigers in trouble. I think they had the third lowest strikeout rate against right-handed pitching this season, right? But it doesn't matter against Miller. Miller, they can absolutely get to. So I'm gonna go Tigers big in this one.
All right. I mean, I don't know. For some reason, man, I'm thinking the M's just get it done on the road here, dude, and finish this thing off. I think it's more emotion or gut. I would say contrarian gut vibe than stats or numbers vibe, right? Just am I weird to say that it just feels like the M's year? Like everything's, and maybe it's the move for Suarez after they traded to get Suarez in there. Maybe that's when it all started to come together. I honestly, when they made that pull, I didn't think it was going to be the actual the move that kind of congealed this roster here, man. But they're from 1 to 9, they're pretty solid, dude, and they got the arms, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was what was always so appealing about the Mariners was their rotation, right? Where you start getting Gilbert, Kirby, Castillo. all right, a little bit of a wild card, but some of these guys, they got the splits, right? They're going to be better at home, right? Just because, Seattle is the absolute worst park in all of baseball to hit in. So a lot of runs get saved that way. So I do think the Mariners ultimately wind up being the AL team in the World Series, but I just think the Tigers are a little bit of a roadblock today. Last game of the year at Comerica, put one on for the fans, and then go out to Seattle and start.
They're against the ropes. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what a story! What a turnaround for the Teagues too, right? Like hell, they were the Central's doorstep, 3 or 4 years ago, and now they're sitting here representing it, man. And fighting for the ALCS. Any stock in Toronto, especially if they polish off the Yankees like this, or the Yankees, are they got enough to kind of breathe life into this thing? They take the game tonight, and then we're talking about a brand new series here, Walsh.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see a similar type of situation, right? Yankees backs against the wall. Get your one win out of the way, and just prolong the series to go to a Game 5 where Toronto will likely take care of business, right? They're 11-1 against the Yankees at home this season.
This season, yeah.
I don't know. And they're not going to have Schlittler, right? So, yes, the Yankees' best chance in the entire series is probably tonight. Right? I don't love the odds. I kind of, I want to see what maybe we can get the over down a little bit, under 8.5 or something like that. But yeah, look, Schlittler's a good pitcher. I don't think he's going to be racking up the Ks, right? And in October, when you put the ball in play, literally anything can happen. It's not like it's super cold here in New York, but still that playoff pressure situation, you could screw up.
You just brought it up. You just mentioned a playoff pressure situation. All right. Let me ask you, last night, great. Sure. You can write a narrative. Great comeback by the Yankees. Pinstripes pulled it off. Sure. Blah, 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 blah. We get it, man. New York media. Sure. As great of a comeback as it was for New York, tumultuous letdown for Toronto. Just absolute nightmare. Like just gut wrenching, right? Is it so gut wrenching and so just like pulling your heart out that you just can't come back from something like this? I mean, because you did mention it though. You got the arms. You had the arms to come back and be able to dial this thing down. And even without Bichette, their hit to contact is outstanding. So Toronto's got the numbers, they got the stats to back it up. But I mean, I know there's no momentum in baseball except for the next day starting rotation or the next day starting pitcher or whatever. But can this absolutely be a gut wrenching emotion just to where you just can't come back from it? Because I think we've seen it with like Phillies, New York in the World Series, did we not? Like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
I mean, yeah, he had some certain breaks that happened, but I don't know. I'm not going to put Toronto like in some sort of, oh my God, they're in trouble moment, right? Like, I think they'll be just fine if they get back to Toronto. I'm not worried about them at all. But you think about the Yankees' best pitchers in this series, Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, right? The two left-handers. I mean, Toronto is fantastic against left-handed pitching. So that completely X's those guys out. So, look, I think, again, Schlittler, this is probably a game where Toronto doesn't score more than 5 runs. Like I very well could see it being maybe like, I don't know, Yankees 6-3, Yankees 5-3, something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, Schlittler and, Schlittler's performance against the Red Sox only gives him more confidence, right? Like if he came out and completely shit the bed, I think you'd be pretty worried about him in this spot today. But I mean, he was like perfect.
Yeah, he was nails, dude. He was lights out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, today's matchups, man. Let's get into them. Let's go down the slate. Where do you want to go first?
I mean, we can go chronologically, right? So first game there, we already talked about it with Detroit and Seattle. I do like, Tigers to get on Bryce Miller here early and, hold the lead throughout. So, as I said earlier, Tigers run line with the over 8.5. You pair that up, about plus 365 on the odds there for a two-legger. Second game, we're supposed to, I haven't gotten the exact wind on this yet, but as of last night, didn't look that great for the hitters. So you got a 6.5. Yeah. So 8-mile-an-hour winds. I was reading some stuff last night, just in preparation for writing about the game, but the winds are, they could kick up to gusts of like 20 miles an hour that are blowing in at the hitter. Actually, was reading a lot about
Chicago
the wind
here.
situation.
Like Chicago, it feels like Chicago has gotten up on the. Well, they have. I feel like they get out early on the Brew Crew, and then somehow they just let the damn thing slide, and then Milwaukee's able to come back into this thing. Is that kind of? Is it because they were on the road, or is that kind of like the trend that we're going to see throughout these boys?
I mean, Milwaukee's really good. I feel like Milwaukee and Toronto were carbon copies of each other. And again, we've seen it plenty of times in recent years where that team getting the bye, they come out and they can't hit the damn ball. Right. Philadelphia, but Toronto and Milwaukee both just came out guns a-blazing, and it probably knocked the Cubs on their ass a little bit. Game one, I mean, Milwaukee was right there. Game two, Cubs go up 3-0. Brewers come right back in the bottom of the first with a 3-run homer. So, I mean, I'm not worried about these guys. Sort of a similar situation with the Tigers, where the Tigers blew a 15-game lead as of like mid-August over Cleveland, and here in the Cubs back in July, they had a pretty nice lead.
That shit's got to be in the back of the mind, though, right, dude?
Absolutely, yeah. And that's exactly what I was gonna say. Is that it's just been forward momentum, and it feels like the Cubs really can't get a grasp of it. Now, I'll say this, right? Regular season, the Cubs did win 3 of the last 4 against the Brewers, but I mean, the Brewers did, put it on them essentially down the stretch in the second half. So, look, this again, the scene we saw for the Yankees, right? Look dead in the water. They get a home game, right? They start collecting some hits together. That's really all it takes is like one rally, and your momentum gets back up and running, and then it's a brand new ball game. Because a lot of these baseball series, right? Like they probably end in a sweep in the playoffs. Historically, we've seen that a lot, right? And it really is about momentum, how your hitting is doing. Because if you can't hit in the playoffs, it's going to be a very
if you ain't
early exit for it.
You're right. It's so weird though, because an offense can just shut down though, depending on the pitcher, depending on the hurler that's coming up on the bump. I mean, I don't want to skip over. I mean, I guess we can talk a little Blue Jays. We've kind of already grazed over that here, but I mean. It's looming. I know it's Yamamoto against Nola, and I mean you can say that it's all hands on deck, but my God, Walsh, your all's backs are against the wall. What's the Phils do to stay alive and stay in this thing, man?
Well, they did the most important thing any team can do, and they switched their uniforms. They're going with the powdered blues out in LA. So. Look, right? Maybe it's a little thing for him. Maybe it's something that works. Look, it can't hurt, right? It really
we going back
hurt.
to the 83 Schmidt jerseys? Is that what's up?
Yes, they are. So, I was thinking about this, right? Let's say the Phillies, they win games 3 and 4. Like, you have to wear that powder blue for game 5 and, like, the rest of the entire playoffs. And, light blue and ugly ass maroon could become like a calling cry for the city of Philadelphia. Who knows, right? Or Yamamoto could have a shutdown performance and we fly back home and that's the end of the series. But interesting number here, right? I always love looking at the implied run total chart on fantasylabs.com. You can find that under the MLB tab and then click Vegas and you'll find this. But there's only one team today that has a implied run total decrease of 0.3, which is the number that we always look for with this, and that is the Dodgers, right? So on there, you can see the total opened at 8. Now it's down to 7.5, right? But that chart is basically telling you that the Dodgers bats aren't going to be all that great today. So low scoring type of game. And Yamamoto has been great, right? Like, you can't knock this guy. He already got some postseason action in here, right? So this is going to be tough for Aaron Nola. Now, Nola did have a very, very good closeout to the regular season in his last start, went 8 innings, 1 run, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's nails.
So he's got his moments, but for all of those great moments that Aaron Nola has, as a Philly fan, I know how many disappointing Aaron Nola moments there have been as well. But listen, according to the numbers, they're saying that he's going to have a performance that's good enough tonight to give the Phils a chance. And I think that that's all you can ask for out of this guy. I think you see Ranger Suarez come out of the bullpen tonight too, because, it's backs up against the wall tonight. So everybody is in play here. And, look, the Phillies got 2 pretty good performances out of Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo, right? Like, you can't be mad about those performances at all. So, Nola's got to do good enough tonight to just keep the guys in this.
I feel you, man. Well, let me get to some sponsors here, and then we'll take a break real quick, and then come back and then hash out the rest of our conversation. Don't go nowhere. Make sure you guys give our guy a follow here. It is 14a.walsh on Brand X/Twitter. Where are you at on the Insta face there? Are you still 14a.walsh on Brand X or on Instagram?
Same 14a.walsh on Instagram and Twix, as I like to call it.
And Twix. All right, amigo. All right, guys, don't go nowhere. We're going to listen to a quick little message from our friends over at Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, you are right outside of our Fairburg, just on 71. It's that Kingdom of Chariots that I like to say. It's Covert Bee Caves. And we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about the one and only, setting the standard in audio-visual automation. It's AV Consultations. Here's a word from the kid and the ball.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audio-visual consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audio-Visual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Yes, it is. It's audio-visual consultations. Give them a call. It is the perfect time. It's like Christmas all year round with them when they set you up with the perfect situation and studio of your choice here. Also, we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our guy, Ryan Hecht. It's Hecht Law Firm. There's a new lawyer in town, and it's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. When the storm hits, or if you're out on the pond playing some pickup hockey or some drop-in hockey, you got to call Ryan Hurricane Hecht if you get injured in that hockey game. Not just a lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to that courtroom. I already said, if you're injured in the car accident, you get hurt on the pond, or if you're maybe you get hit upside the head by a pan because you're not watching the show that you're supposed to be watching, you're watching some type of sports sports program that you're not supposed to be watching, give Hurricane Hecht a call. That number, 512-938-8929. Hit him up on that email as well, Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Walsh, all right, amigo, where you want to go next, man?
Just real quick from that Phils-Dodgers game, I wrote up a nice prop piece today on goal.com, so go check that out. But a couple of numbers to look at. Aaron Nola, outs recorded is 8.5, right? So that means you got to go 3 innings. it did. I was reading some stuff. Looks like Suarez is going to go behind him. So sort of an odd number. But again, I do think he gets to like
Where's
to
Suarez
3
at?
innings. What's up?
Where'd you say Suarez is at?
No. So, all right. So Nola will get the start, right? And
Suarez
Suarez
is
will
back.
probably
Yeah, but
come in behind.
what was the number? I'm sorry. What was the number on Suarez? What was the line on Suarez?
So I don't have it on Suarez, but for Nola, they have it at 8.5 at his outs. So again, this means that he's got to go 3 innings, right? And I believe I think he gets to that. He's done it 34 out of his last 34. Oh no, way more than that. Let's see. He has done it 50 out of his last 51 starts. So I think he should be able to.
So you're saying that's a gimme?
I believe so.
I know there's no gimmies, but I mean that's
right.
something that you might want to lay into, right?
I think the only thing is that he gets shellacked, right? That he doesn't make it to 3 innings. And then, again, I just brought up that point with the fantasy labs, how the implied run total going down for the Dodgers. That's usually not a good sign for the offense. So that lends some more optimism to that bet. And then if you want 2 home run props tonight, Shohei Ohtani, he has looked awful at the plate, but Nola is pretty bad up against lefty bats. So again, right, if we're just going on pure numbers here, Ohtani potentially with the home run, and then JT Realmuto from the Phillies. He's got 3 balls of at least 104 miles an hour hit in this series. Again, he's the heart and soul of the Philadelphia team. Though if they're going to get a comeback on, I imagine he's going to have something to do with it. So,
are they going to get a comeback? Are they going to get a comeback?
The Realmuto prop is plus 650, so it's a nice return if that comes through.
I mean, is it a nice return because it's too far to, or a bridge too far, as they say? Like it's too big of an asking price?
Very much so. Hey, look, if you want to take the Ohtani home run pop, go right ahead, man.
No, I ain't taking shit. I'm staying out. My name is Paul, and this is between y'all. That's what I gotta say.
Wags, as a worldwide global show, right? Not just in Texas. People can place these wagers, or they can go down to the local barbecue at the back door and go see Cletus, right?
Yeah, go see Cletus or call your cousin up, man. Get on out there and call Mr. Walsh up there in Bayonne. So wait, are you still in Bayonne? I didn't even ask that. You still in Bayonne?
I am. I moved 4 doors away.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Right. Way to go, man. Man, you can be stealing service. You can be pulling up some old routines. All right, man. Usually, so I've seen some stuff in the chat channel here. Where's the marching band? So I got to tell you guys, I got to be completely transparent. Usually, Walsh, when we play the commercials, Rodney does a few of the commercials so I can go take a pee break. We've been talking about the coffee. Coffee's been great. But, dude, since I've been drinking coffee and more water, I have just been hydrated. We have been peeing I feel like my dog, man. I'm going out almost every 35, every 40 minutes. So having to take a pee break. So I'm sitting here with my legs just dancing underneath the damn desk here, man. So if you see me shaking, it's because I got to pee. Or if I'm antsy and I'm rushing around with something, dude, I got to piss like a racehorse, bro. So
I have
every time I'm sitting here thirsty, but every time I take a drink, I'm sitting here like, oh my God, it's more pressure to the bladder.
I feel like in this setting, right, where I'm sitting down, I know I'm going to be sitting down for an hour to do a podcast. Mentally, I can put it out of my mind. However, if I'm sitting there, I'm working and stuff, I'm like every 15 minutes, I feel like I'm back and forth.
Dude, I used to, but then I used to be able to kind of block it out, especially when we're talking. Even now, I can still kind of process it out. But when you start talking, you'll see I'll start chewing on my cheek and shit. You know what I mean? Just because it's just But I mean, I want to get a cup. I heard the professionals get something that they put right underneath the desk here, and they just go and let it flow.
Wags, they have done very phenomenal and innovative things with catheters here in recent So you might want to look into these things.
That's painful. That's just painful listening to that, hearing that, man. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. Speaking of guys that don't feel pain, hey, hockey, the puck dropped last night. We had opening night for hockey last night, dude.
We did.
Yeah.
By the way,
how you feeling about your Bolts this year?
Not great. You know, after you win those cups, you make all these playoff runs, right? You just got to expect a little bit of a decline, and that's all right. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, you know, it's tough to watch Tampa games. I do, you know, well, I don't know. I doubt the FCC or anybody will be listening to this, but we got one of those jailbroken fire sticks, so you can get all. I can get cricket in India. I can get ping pong in the Czech Republic. Like I got it all, Wags. So yeah, now I can watch hockey. But the last few years, I didn't have these things. So I was only watching Tampa on, like, you know, the NBC, you know, sports game of the week or whatever. So yeah, I'm a little excited about it.
You gotta call me up. I'll take care of you. We will make it happen.
Here's the thing: in the football season, switched over to YouTube TV, and I can never go back to anything. I can never go back to anything else with the four picture. That shit is
where
amazing,
I'm at, man. And then you have, you know, I got the 2 TVs, right? So I got all 8 games on.
Oh,
or usually I'll have 7 games on and then have the red zone flipping between, because you can't get 9 on there unless I bring out like a computer to monitor. But yeah, dude, I'm with you, man. YouTube TV, it's the way to go. It's they have set the standard in terms of watching stuff. Like, remember when they were struggling to meet terms with like one channel, and then we got this thing in the mail being like, hey man, we're gonna completely atone for this, you know, miscommunication and us not being able to negotiate terms here by giving you a $10 one-time $10 credit. It's so,
and here's a coffee mug,
right?
too.
The symbolic atoma is not exactly their strong suit, but to their credit, they haven't really needed to have symbolic atoma because their service has been pretty much lights out so far, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean, I there's still a couple things, like I would like more freedom to add the particular channels that I would like in the Foursquare instead of having
you can build your own multiview.
All right, we're going to talk about that. I've only had the damn thing for 2 weeks. So,
you just go down to multiview, you hit multiview, and then it says build your own box.
Look at this, people helping people here in the technological age. I love to see
powerful
things.
Look at us. Who thought we'd ever be doing this? Not me, huh? Not me. But yeah, puck dropped last night. Panthers. We talk about Tampa Bay, but clearly the team in Florida, maybe the team in the East still, Walsh, is Florida. Coming out strong showing last night against the Blackhawks last night. 3-2 Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe might be starting to become one of my favorite players, dude. There's a lot of skaters on Florida. Even the Rat. I'm starting to like the Rat a little bit, even now that he's off Boston, dude. Like, what's going on with me? I think I think I might be sick. I think I could be sick.
I almost drank the Kool-Aid. I read an article about Marchand, the guy that you are referring to in the offseason.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, Brad Marchand is the Rat. If you guys don't know.
Yeah. So he had, you know, it was a nice article in the Players Tribune, basically making himself not seem like the jerk that he is, you know. Like, oh, I had to go through all these hardships when I played, and I was the smallest guy. I was the not always the most talented. And all right, whatever. Like, I guess a lot of us
was Happy Gilmore. They came up together.
A lot of us. I struggled in the writing industry for 18 months and blah, blah, blah. Like, we get it, dude. I got it, right? But I guess as a hockey player and going through a lot of those different things,
those of you guys that don't know, that haven't listened to the show for over a decade, our very own Al Walsh is our residential hockey player. Walsh played in back in the day too. So thank you, Mr. Walsh, for gracing us with your skating presence here.
Thank you. Thank God, it's been a long time. I haven't skated in about 11 years.
Do you ever play pickups at all? Do you ever drop in and play pond hockey at all?
Well, I was up until it was Hurricane Sandy, right? My equipment got damaged in like the flooding because I lived like 2 blocks from the water. And then when all the water cleared, I went to go check my bag, and there was a dead squirrel in one of my skates. And I was like, I'm just retiring right here, right now. There has never been a more clear sign from the universe.
That's so sad. Like on all aspects, right? Like I'm thinking about the squirrel. I'm thinking like the squirrel trying to get into your boots to float and shit. But no,
he was trying to save himself. It's a very sad situation. I could not go on.
So was your hockey career.
Insane.
All right. Blackhawks fell to the Panthers last night, 3-2. Penguins getting on the board last night, blanking the Rangers 3-0, and then the Avalanche taking care of business against the Kings with a nice little rout 4-1. That's kind of what I wanted to get to here. We kind of got a preview of who's going to be one of the stalwarts in the East last night with the Florida Panthers, and then as a nice little nightcap. The Avalanche took care of the Kings, and you got a nice little display of what might be your West representation for Lord Stanley there coming out of Colorado.
Well, that's great because the one of the 3 games that I watched last night, like minute by minute, was the Penguins Rangers game, right in the 4-box window. So very nice performance from the Penguins. Great goaltending. Rangers, it's going to be an absolute struggle, it looks like, for these guys. And, it was last year, right? Teams are going to go through that rebuild. When Tampa, right, was having their successful runs, right, there were the meetings with the Rangers there. So they were very close to being what the Lightning were just a few years ago. But yeah, I think it's going to be tough for the Rangers going forward. Panthers, absolute juggernaut. I don't even know what to say, against the guys. Right?
Like I want to give some type of hope for people that are in the East, but ultimately, they're just so damn dominant. The Cats are pretty damn good right now. They're probably going to be good for the next 3 years too. So
you want to talk about why the Lightning don't have as much success as they used to? Direct result right there, Florida Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, knocked them out. What was it? Last year, last 2 years? I did not have hockey.
2 years in a row, they the Bolts have fallen to the Cats.
I did not have hockey on the mind today. So,
no, you're good. We're gonna get into football here in just a second, man. I didn't have hockey on the brain last night either, or yesterday either. But I remembered it just off the wisp of, hey, I watched hockey last night. Let's talk about it. So.
Yeah, but again, gonna be tough to knock off Florida for the couple.
Gotcha, amigo. All right, so we just kind of embraced it a little bit, talked about it, flirted with it. We don't get your analyst that often here. What's your take on this? First off, this young campaign of college football, and then also NFL football. What do you think is going to happen? Any sleepers? Any surprises? Except for, of course, Texas and Penn State, obviously, and in the college format there, but anything that you've seen, anything you want to get off your chest?
Not so much in the college game. I mean, absolutely in the NFL season. I mean, oh my God, the touchdown parlays, Wags. That is where all of my joy has come from.
Yeah, so and those of you guys that haven't been seeing what Walsh has been putting on display, social media, Walsh has been on one. Walsh has been on a rip. He's talking like when he said that he moved, right? I'm thinking, all right, this guy probably this guy moved out of Bayonne. He's going up, and he's moving into the Playboy mansion himself. He probably even bought the damn mansion. He's been on that much of a tear, man. Let's talk about it, amigo. What's kicked? Now we all know we go on runs from time to time, but I mean, you're on one hell of a run here. You're paying mortgages, buddy.
Man, I wish we're getting there, but. Yeah, so last Sunday was the biggest win of the season so far. 6-leg touchdown parlay.
Six leg.
Yeah, and I had a 7-1 too with Jalen Hurts, and he didn't score. Had I gone with Saquon Barkley, I would have hit that one too. Would have been unbelievable, right? But the 6-leg one. It's, what I found has been working. Obviously, the Prop Finder app folks, if you don't have it, I highly recommend it. It's $15 a month.
Where can we find Prop Finder at?
Google it. Google it. Find them on Twitter. It's $15 a month. It's such a good tool to use. Just in terms
I'm sure
of,
you get your money back though, right?
oh my God, yeah, like historically matchups, specific things like that, right? But think about this: when we talk about touchdowns in the NFL, it is heavily dependent on who you're going against, right? So
sure.
Last week, the only touchdown that I really had in question was Garrett Wilson against the Cowboys, right? He didn't score until probably, I think it was like 7-8 minutes left in the game, right? But that's a matchup that you want to attack. Wide receivers against the Cowboys. It has been profitable. Malik Neighbors went absolutely bananas, right? Plenty of other receivers have gone absolutely bananas. But if you're able to look into these matchups, man, you're going to unlock so much stuff because, let's go back to week 2, right? King Henry against the Cleveland Browns. Everybody thought that was an absolute layup going into that game. I believe he was like a minus 200 favorite to score a touchdown. Lo and behold, the Cleveland Browns run defense is pretty damn incredible, right? So that killed so many different touchdown parlays and all kinds of things, right? But if you just, if you take a little time, look into the matchups, see who's the most advantageous to go against, you're going to put yourself in a much better position. And not only that, let's say let's say you're a team and you're going against like the Eagles last week, for instance, right? AJ Brown going up against Pat Surtain II, right? That's a very tough matchup for AJ Brown. Now, while Devonta Smith did not find the end zone, he still had 114 receiving yards, 8 catches, a day that you are certainly proud of. But it's just, again, in looking at those matchups, you will unlock some golden information in there.
It's funny you say that, right? Because a lot of people say, "Oh, it's $15. It's $15." So it might be give you a little bit of reluctancy or a little bit of pause right there. But and it's $15 a month, right? Like it's $15 a month. How much do you spend on Spotify? How much do you or hell, just going to your Starbucks every damn day, right?
I was just gonna say, it's $15 is coffee for me and my girlfriend, like just one for each of us.
Right, exactly. So it's I don't know. I guess everything's relative, I guess, and everything depends on people's individual budget. But this is something like, and I thought about this too. Like, do I want to pay for Pro Football Focus? Do I want to pay for this information? Well, why wouldn't you? Because it helps you be more in depth about your job. Right. Being able to talk more in depth about a football team or a baseball team or how just about any type of prop bets or a stat. Right. Like, I think it's valuable information. It's worth the $15 a month. It's worth the $10 a month. Now, I know that all these things can add up too, but I mean, you're paying for every damn thing, every HBO Max, Peacock, every damn thing under the sun, man. Why not have a little bit of information or some sports stats? Now,
and those
now that you're into a different house.
And those cannot make you any money, right? They're going to wind up inevitably costing you money. But again,
or costing you even more money because they're just going to up their rates and be like, oh, by the way, $10 more a month. Now that we got the hook, now that your show is back on the air, we're going to charge you $10 more, buddy.
Yeah. And again, this isn't just about one particular app, right? It's about finding some information that works out for you, right? If you love reading every single matchup of every game, whether that's wide receivers against cornerbacks, O-line versus D-line, that information is out there. And if you're a content creator like you and I, you can write this off on your taxes in the month.
1099s, baby. Boom. How about it? Look at that. Having a little bit of economics here on a dose of Texas Sports Unfiltered in the morning, man. Oh, dude. Anything else in NFL before we gotta get out of here?
Tuesday is typically my look ahead to the NFL entire week on a spectrum, but kind of got a little bit of
Walsh's wisdom, huh? A little Walsh's wisdom.
I like that. So last night, today, I got it underway, but just a couple games to look at. Denver is playing the Jets with the 9:30 Europe game. I don't even know what country they're in. I haven't even gotten that far on the research yet. But Denver's numbers look like they're going to kick some ass here. J.K. Dobbins touchdown, all looking good. And then just a couple of games that should have some appeal for prop bets, right? Games where the total is rising. Your Dallas Cowboys down there in Texas are at the Carolina Panthers. We're seeing that total has jumped 3 points early. New England and New Orleans, that one's jumped up 2 points. And then all the primetime games this week, right? So Kansas City, Detroit, that's jumped 4 points. Buffalo, Atlanta, and Chicago, Washington is the Monday doubleheader. Both of those totals have increased too, but also be careful because it's a primetime game, so they will do that to kind of catch a tiger by the tongue.
That Lions Chiefs game is probably going to jump a little bit higher too, right? You think?
I mean, it opened
52
at 48
and a hook
and a
is
half.
high, but
yeah, so it opened at 48 and a half, and here we are at 52 and a half. And I guess the more surprising thing here is Kansas City favored 2.5 in this matchup. Yeah. And they opened at 3.
I mean, it's at Arrowhead. I get that, but Kansas City's been dog shit, dude.
No, they have. And Detroit went right in there and won the last time to open the season.
So you're liking Broncos and Jets. Is that what you're saying? That, by the way, is in London. So get your team. Let's have some high tea, buddy, as we watch that game there. You buying the Broncos this year?
I am. They are very well coached. What a comeback win against the Eagles. I mean, look, this is a team that made the playoffs last year. They had a very tough game, rookie quarterback in Buffalo for that playoff game. But, I mean, Bo Nix, Sean Payton, like, are you not seeing a little bit of Drew Brees out there out of Bo Nix?
A little bit. I never heard that comp, but I mean, I'll start looking for it now. I'll start looking to see if I see all these.
I am not saying they are carbon copies, but also think about the career that Drew Brees had. Bo Nix is only in his second year,
like Brees, right? The way that he has that ball ready to fire just on a rope, basically, as he's moving up out of that pocket and still being accurate with it too. Yeah, that's kind of the Brees type of play style that I see what you're seeing there. But
like Sean Payton, you don't, Brees, doesn't he? Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. I imagine Peyton had him watching Drew Brees film without a doubt. There's just a lot of similarities in some of the plays, some of the motions that I see. But yeah, man, I mean, second year for Bo Nix, you got to think about it too, right? He had all those starts in college. It's not like this was a 1-year college starter coming into the fray, right? Like this is an older rookie, right? More experienced. So yeah, he's got that Denver team looking really good. Defense is pretty solid there. Surtain, anchor in the secondary. So I do buy in Denver.
I think the biggest surprise would be, and I know I touched a little bit on the power rankings yesterday with BK a little bit. The biggest surprise for me this season, it has to be the Indianapolis Colts, right? Like just a question, just nothing but questions at their quarterback room going into the season. Right. And then ultimately, like you have to point and rely on Daniel Jones to get this thing done for you. And everybody knows the debacle and the tumultuous career that or stint of career that Daniel Jones had in New York, right? So, that's got to be the biggest surprise for me. And maybe, I want to say Kansas City kind of being as bad as they are, but their battle with attrition has kind of wrecked their season. But I guess, the low-hanging fruit and easiest pull for biggest surprise of the year for me right now has got to be Indianapolis with how well they're playing, right? Or maybe, I mean, I guess you could turn to Jacksonville. Jacksonville's, at 4-1, or maybe even San Francisco at 4-1 with how much attrition that they've been battling against too. So, there's some nice storylines around the NFL this year, man.
Yeah, Indianapolis' offense. I mean, look at who they're playing too, right? In some of these games, that certainly helps. But I mean, Jonathan Taylor looks awesome. He's pretty. He's doing
Taylor 4 years ago, buddy.
Oh man, he looks so good. And then I know I never kept up with the stat, but I know through the first 2 games, the Colts didn't punt.
Are you serious? I didn't even check that out
Yeah.
either. I didn't even know that's pretty exceptional, pretty efficient football there, bud.
Wild. There were I don't have them right in front of me, but I had some other wild nuggets for the week. Yeah, man, just look out for the articles on all those platforms, and hopefully a lot of what we talked about will show up in these articles. I'm going to be getting a chunk of them done today, so
love it,
it'll
man.
be
Be
out.
looking for it. He is Al Walsh. I used to say Al Walsh, cousin, the obligatory go-to there, but now the obligatory go-to for your Playboy sports, if you will. Get us out to the grotto, good sir. Get us out to the grotto. We appreciate you, man. And congratulations on the new gig. Fantastic. Super proud of you. Hey, man. And first and foremost, congratulations on 3 months, man. That's super fucking huge. That's awesome.
Well, it's next week, so we can't put the horse before the whatever. However that saying goes.
We're wishing it into existence. We're wishing it into existence.
I don't even like getting wished happy birthday before July 5th. It freaks me out. So same sort of thing.
Give me a call if you need me, man. Absolutely, brother.
We'll do.
Hey,
Thank
appreciate
you.
the conversation today, man. Have a great day.
You too.
There he goes, the one and only. Hey, look, I'm telling y'all, we've been trying to get out to the West all our lives. They wouldn't let guys like us in back alleys, let alone into the grotto. And now Mr. Walsh has the inside scoop there. He is writing for Playboy Sports. You can find him on Twitter at 14a.walsh. Again, thank you for the conversation. We go backstage and pull up our guys, Eric and Jordan. Oh, bring them to the conversation. What's up, gentlemen? How are we today?
Wags, I had no idea Playboy Sports was hiring. I probably shouldn't say this.
I didn't even know that they had a column going down. I thought after Hugh Hefner kicked the bed, like everything was done in the grotto. Here comes Walsh pumping some life back into it, man. They needed to revive their sports column. They call up my guy, and sure enough, one of the best to do it. One of the best beat writers there. He's been writing for Caesar's Palace back in the day. So, some must-have content, if you will. 14a.walsh.
Hopefully Jordan doesn't turn me into the bosses there as I'm publicly making a pitch to Playboy Sports.
Hey, man, I'm trying to get it to where we can all get a Texas Sports Unfiltered fly out to the grotto, man.
There we go.
Jordan leaves the dog at home.
If they need a Texas beat writer, I am available.
Let's do it. Hey, I'm your guy for sure. What's up, man? How's well, of course, it's been a somberous week, I would imagine, but how's everything else?
Real quick, how many stories has Playboy Sports put out on Jordan Hudson?
On Jordan, I don't know. I guess
that
that's
has to
something
be
we should have asked Walsh.
That has to
Walsh
be the
took off.
cash cow. How many women are in college football? Not a ton.
Hey, you know what? That's a nice little topic to give for Walsh, maybe to throw to his editor there. Something that he can throw some initiative, or maybe Jordan Scruggs gets in there and writes a little bit about Jordan Hudson. Maybe just a bit. What's on the agenda today, boys?
Talking some more Texas, Florida, unfortunately. And then
is it still a more? Are we still kind of getting through it, kind of acting like it's a damn AA meeting to where we're just talking each other through it and pulling each other up?
Somewhat, yeah.
Right?
Then,
no, that's valid. I mean, it sucks. Misery loves company. I understand.
And hey, there's a big game Saturday. I think Texas plays those Oklahoma guys, so we'll be talking about that too.
How is the line what it is? I know Mateer's not playing, or I know it's the Hawkins effect, right? I kind of talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I mean, still, like Texas still being favorites. I don't like it. I'm gonna call Oklahoma Sooners favorites here, just to make me feel a little bit of a warm and fuzzy and trying to temper expectations going into this damn thing. It's dangerous. It's dangerous, man.
The line is interesting. Saw Josh Pate put out a tweet. He talked to someone at FanDuel that said the -1.5 is with Mateer playing, and that it would be -5.5 if they knew Hawkins was playing. I think it's at it was at 2.5 at one point. It might be at 1.5.
Where did it open?
I'm not on FanDuel, but yeah, I assume Mateer is playing. So.
Yeah. That gives me nightmares, man. That don't like that at all. We'll be pumping out here and getting ready to listen to what you guys got cooking up, man. Y'all have a great day. Good show.
Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. Of course, we have to talk Texas, Florida. Before we get into it, I want to hear, how was the experience being back in Florida? You're a Florida Jit yourself, so how was the homecoming?
Oh man, it's still kind of comedic to hear a gentleman who was 22 years old call me a Jit. Nevertheless, I can take it. For those of you who are not familiar, you should have been listening to the Lone Star Playbook last week when we elaborated on what Jit is. So I'm not going to go over that again. Jordan, can I have like 5 minutes to tell you about the trip to Florida?
Floor is yours. Floor is yours.
I don't know. Have you heard the story of me in the electric car?
I have not. I've not heard the story.
All right, buckle up. We're going to get a little sip of the water here. Friends, all of you, here's my advice. If you are renting a car, please, please, please do not fall for the trap, which is, hey, we have an electric car available for you that's a little bit lower priced than the one you kind of reserved, and it's what we got available. Jordan, I land in Tampa. I had booked a car. The car ride wasn't available. They brought out, now I drive a Mustang for those who don't know. So anytime I can get in a car that's pretty similar to mine, it's ideal. And they had the Mustang, kind of like the Jordan, I don't know if you've seen them. They're kind of like the hatchback deals, you know, where kind of like the 4-door and yeah.
Yeah, like SUV electric Mustangs.
Exactly. I didn't realize they all are electric, at least the ones that they had, because I was like, damn, you know, as you know, I get a little older, you know, put the sports car away, you know, do the family thing. I might want to get in the SUV Mustang. So I was like, let me just feel it out. Let me try it out, right? I discovered that some bitch is electric. Okay, cool. I've never done the electric thing before, but I'm like, all right, we'll rock with it. Step one, Jordan, Elon Musk is a genius because he has a patent out on the type of charge for Tesla. You can't just get any electric car and be like, I'm going to charge that thing up to a Tesla port. It's just for Tesla. So you got to find a port for your type of make, right? Mm-hmm. That's easier said than done. Step one. Step two, do you know how long it takes to charge an electric car?
No, I don't plan on getting one until gas cars are no longer made. Like my stepdad has a Tesla, and he's like, Jordan, you should really look at investing one. Like you can go from Austin to Houston. There's all these quick chargers. And it's like, dude, like, I don't want to stop and wait 20 or 30 minutes at a Bucky's on a quick charger. So I can't imagine what a regular charger is like.
That's exactly the point. It takes an hour plus just to get this thing fully charged, right? Now, here's the third strike, okay? If you put, you know, if I fill up my Mustang, it's the range, right? It's about 400 to 450 miles, depending on, you know, what grade I use, but typically I'm 89 gas, right? If you charge your electric Mustang fully charged, it's only 210-mile range, Jordan. That's not enough to get me from Tampa, my house, to Gainesville and back that night. So, dog, you want to know what I had to do after leaving the swamp? I had to go. First off, I tried to charge it. I got to Gainesville early. It's like, all right, I'm going to charge it up so I can just jet when I leave the stadium. Nope. You had to wait an hour on a game day because you can imagine how many chargers there are in small-ass Gainesville, Florida. Everyone's there, right? Mm-hmm. So when I left the swamp, I had to go sit in a Target parking lot surrounded by Gator fans blasting that Tom Petty song. For those who don't know, Florida's tradition is they play Tom Petty, I Will Not Back Down, entering the fourth quarter. They were just ecstatic, the fact that they beat Texas. So they were in Gainesville in Target parking lot, jammed, like blasting that song. And I had to sit there for an hour to charge it to get back to Tampa. And I wrote my story, my second story, sitting in the Target parking lot. So
hell yeah.
I say all that to say it's always great to be back at the crib. It was nice to be home, nice to catch up with, you know, some of my best friends from high school and college for a quick day, but never doing the electric car again.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It does not sound fun. I mean, hey, they sound like great cars if, you know, you live in a city and are commuting to work every day in the grocery store, but like you can't ever make a road trip without having to stop and do nothing at some point.
Correct.
But yeah, it sounds like Rob Latendra had a similar experience. He said, I rented Tesla by my father-in-law, pretty much ruined a family vacation a few years ago. That sounds like so much fun. Father-in-laws ruining vacations. Sign me up. Never. Antoine, I'm going to come back to these comments later on in the show, but We were talking about Texas UF. What are kind of, I guess, the main takeaways, main things on your mind now that things have had some time to settle? We've had, 4 days away from the past game. So anything really marinating, sitting with you?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Jordan, nothing's changed from when I left Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. One, the offensive line needs help. We know that for a fact. You saw that on Saturday, specifically left guard, Connor Stroh. When I saw him go out and I saw Nick Brooks enter the game, I was thinking, man, is this, a performance thing, an injury thing? Steve Sarkisian revealed that the plan was during the week to get him some snaps at left guard because they felt he was working well there. It's a hell of a place to get your true freshman snaps, 90,000 people in the swamp. The interior of the offensive line is an issue. I guess, I don't know how deep Jordan wants to go into this. We can discuss possible, solutions. The fact of the matter is this. Yes, college football has free agency in the form of the transfer portal, but there is no trade deadline. There is no trade. You cannot trade a future 5-star recruit to be named later for a left guard and a center, all right? What they got on the roster is what they got. I guess you can toy around with moving Cole Hudson back to guard, thinking maybe, all right, he gives us more value at guard and maybe run Connor Robertson at center. But Connor Robertson had a rough Red River shootout when he had to fill in, 2 years ago when Jake Majors went down, right? So there's one. Second takeaway, Arch Manning's a tough-ass dude. Not just saying it because Steve Sarkisian said it. I don't know, Jordan, what it looked like on TV, what the TV broadcast looked like. I haven't had a chance to fully watch it back yet. I've watched the first half. But Jordan, Ben Hill Griffin Stadium's an open-air press box. So you're in the midst of everything. It's actually pretty cool. It sucks when it's windy and rainy because the rain will kind of come at you, but you're in the midst of everything. You heard how loud that crowd was. The angle we were at was kind of the corner. You saw Arch Manning get smacked play after play, lose his helmet, scramble for his life, step up in the pocket and make throws. If you came away from this game thinking Arch Manning was the problem, you're just looking for a reason to bash Arch Manning. All right. That is what it is. He is a tough ass dude. He took hits play after play. There's a reason I wrote about it yesterday. It's up on the site at Horns 24/7. Point number 3, I kind of toyed around between, the impact of not having Malik Muhammad. Jordan, you talked about Dallas Wilson entering that week, right? Dallas Wilson showed up, showed out. Tampa Bay Tech product, 4-star recruit, set program records for a 100-yard day and receiving touchdowns by a player in his first start. I toyed around with that being the third takeaway, or Texas's defensive line, specifically the defensive tackles. And I'm going to go with the defensive tackles, Jordan. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill of one game, right? They showed up and played well at Ohio State. We're going to put the 3 G5 opponents out of not even in the picture for a second, right? They played well at Ohio State. Kenny Baker was adamant when we spoke with him prior to the season, and Steve Sarkisian and PK a little bit as well, that they felt they had hockey shifts, right, when it comes to defensive tackles. You can run 2 out, then we can run it for another set and another set. I do believe this group is deep. I think 1 through 5, you can even go 1 through 6, right? I think they have guys who will start on a majority of FBS football teams, right? Mm-hmm. And let's say 5, 6 of those guys start for the upper third, right? Not just, Southern Miss. With that being said, Jordan, I do wonder, I'm not trying to just overreact off of one game, but the way that Florida was able to own the line of scrimmage, specifically against that defensive interior, it makes me wonder, yes, it's great to have depth. Yes, it's great to have guys, 1 through 6 who can play, but are they just missing a Tavondre Sweat, a Byron Murphy, a dude who is just a game wrecker, right? No one is going to deny that this group is deeper than last year's group and 2023's group. But do you have that guy that in essence is like, hey, when it is time to take over, when it is time to game wreck, when it's time to go stuff this play, they can do that. Not trying to overreact off one game, but it really was concerning to see. And Jake Slaughter, for the record, Jake Slaughter, Florida, really good center, right? That dude in the interior, really, really good center. So maybe that played a factor as well. But that was a little concerning to see on Saturday, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, Slaughter is probably the best center they'll play all year, as far as where, they're going to get drafted. And I mean, it's a good point that you brought up. They have a lot of talent. They can go 6 deep at interior D-line, but I mean, you compare them to the guys that have been drafted out of Texas at the same position. There isn't anyone in this room that has a second round day 2 ceiling like an Alfred Collins. maybe a third round, maybe Murad Watson in 2 years. He was a freshman All-American, but hasn't had quite the same impact playing in the SEC compared to the ACC, also playing a smaller snap count than last year. But they don't the ceiling isn't what it had been previously. But I mean, hey, it's college football. You know, you don't need NFL players to have a good unit to have a good team. It certainly helps, but it's not always needed. So I think the floor is in a really good spot for the Texas D line room, but the ceiling isn't what it quite has been the last few years. So, you know, does that mean they can't get better play out of them? By no means. They should be playing better than they did versus Florida. But I mean, I don't know. I think the D-line group as a whole, I mean, you got to get more than 6 pressures, especially when Colin Simmons is responsible for, I believe, 4 of those. And 3 of those happen in back-to-back-to-back plays, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, they're going to need to raise the level of play from that unit. I don't know if it's trying different subs. It seems like, you know, like Travis Shaw's only on the field with 1 or 2 other guys, and you could say the same thing for Cole Brevard, different things like that. But I don't know. It is a good point you brought up, though. The ceiling isn't quite what it had been.
Yeah, and you know, kind of touched on the point where I was going there is that, you know, no one can deny that the floor for this group isn't what it was prior, but the ceiling, right? You know, you can't take for granted and say, all right, it's plug and play, right? You can kind of get away with the plug and play concept at other positions, not when the players they're replacing are so high in terms of their ceiling. And Jordan, I think you would agree, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, like, they weren't, you know, sweating Murphy, but they were really, really good, right? And you see what Alfred Collins is doing now in San Francisco, starting to make some plays there as well, right? So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to, you know, overact off one game, because this group was more than good enough at Ohio State. And that's why I felt it was key to make the Jake Slaughter point, right? Slaughter's a veteran center, a really good center, someone who's going to get that offensive line in the right spot and can also, like, hold his own as a blocker. I don't want to turn this into, you know, like the nuances of being a center podcast, but you have some guys who are really smart, who help set the line and kind of, you know, help with that quarterback as far as protections. You have some guys who can do both, which is set the line and also be a factor in blocking, right? Jake Majors probably, you know, kind of fit that mold for Texas. So yeah, maybe that was a styles makes fights thing, Jordan, but it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I also think, like, when talking about the difference in the D-line year to year, you know, you have to bring up, like, I mean, Alfred Collins was at Texas 5 years as a 5-star. And I mean, and the thing with always him, or the thing that was always there with him, the snap to snap consistency, playing with your hair on fire consistently. Because, I mean, he never really did much pass rushing, but in the run game, he could turn it on. Other times, he'd let himself get pushed back, and they'd sub him out and put in another future NFL player. Byron Murphy, T'Vondre Sweat. Byron Murphy was a 3-year player. Sweat, I believe, was 4 or 5. Like, those guys had time in the program. They had experience. I'm not saying Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw, these guys don't have experience, but they've been at Texas 1 season, and there are 5 of those guys in that boat. You know, that's 1 offseason with Torrey Becton, 1 offseason with Kenny Baker. So I just think bringing that context up is also worth it when talking about how this is a worse group than, I guess, what, you know, they previously have had. But, I mean, they just – top to bottom, I mean, I keep saying it this week. They just have to play better, you know. Nothing much more to it. Monday, Sark had a press conference, talked, you know, Texas versus Florida, Texas versus Oklahoma, some injury updates. What were your thoughts on how he handled it? Because a lot of Texas fans have some disagreements with, or I should say aren't fans of the way Sark approached it by saying, you know, how many teams are there? 135. How many of them are going to, you know, win at Ohio State or at Florida or have to do that? It was something along those lines. What are your thoughts on that and just the rest of the presser?
Yeah, the question Steve was asked, if I can remember it verbatim, what the gist of it was, is something to the effect of, are you disappointed with the season, or do you feel like you have to realign the expectations based on the way the season's played out? And Steve said verbatim, hey, how many teams are there in FBS? 136. How many of them could go into the swamp and go to Ohio State and leave with victories, right? Okay. I'm going to try not to just, go too long on this, Jordan, because at the end of the day, I think there's a better way you could have answered that. But if you know Steve Sarkisian, I'm just trying to provide the background of someone who's there each Monday. This dude truly is kind of like one of those weird college football historians, right? And maybe I shouldn't call it weird, but he just, Stark played in the 90s. He played in like the golden era, one of the golden eras of college football with, the venues and all that stuff. Steve has repeatedly always talks about his appreciation for like venues and the history of this, that, and the other. I think he got caught up in that answer. The reason I say that is because, no disrespect to, and I'm not just saying this because I went to the University of Central Florida, but the mighty South Florida Bulls went into the swamp and won, okay? And I don't think anyone is going to confuse the talent on, I almost said Jeff Scott, on Alex Golish's roster with that on Steve Sarkisian's roster. The only thing, and I made this point on the flagship, and I'll say it again here, again, Arch Manning's not the reason they lost at Florida. But the major thing that USF had that, maybe Texas didn't is a veteran established quarterback, right? Byron Brown, I'm not the person to like G5 podcast, but he started for several years, right? Was a guy who certainly had Power 5 opportunities, decided to stay at USF, right? So they had like a veteran experienced quarterback in that sense. Outside of that, there ain't a damn thing on USF's roster you'd rather have over Texas, right? So let's just call that what it is. So I think Steve definitely could have answered that better. And I'm trying to give the background as to why I think he answered the way he did. Outside of that, the rest of his Monday presser, I knew, I've been around Steve long enough. I kind of knew he was going to be on the shorter side. Chip had the first question. I think Chip asked him something to the effect of, O-line, what you kind of see coming out of it, any fixes you can do, any changes. Steve just said, hey, got to coach better, got to play better, right? The first 3 questions were O-line questions. The first 2, Steve kind of shit on. That was expected. Like that's just who Steve is when he's kind of annoyed. So that didn't shock me too much. But yeah, I think in that sense, and let me say this real quick. I asked Steve the issues you're having on offense. I think the word I said is some of the deficiencies you're having on offense. How much of that do you attribute to inexperience versus how much of that is preparation during the week to go out and execute? I kind of wish I'd gotten a little bit more substantive of an answer, but at the same point in time, I understand he's a coach, right? He has to kind of deflect the question because he talked about, and some of the deficiencies, I said penalties and not being able to convert in later downs. He said, hey, we got to perform better on first and second down to have better opportunities at third down. I've heard that before. So, I understand why he answered the question the way he did. Overall, Jordan, get the feeling that given the fact this is Red River week, Steve is going to try to put all the focus on, hey, let's just go 1-0 this week. We heard that refrain so many times from players. Maybe I'm giving a little bit benefit of the doubt, but I think if they lose Saturday and the questions will be much stronger, I think Steve will have no choice but to kind of acknowledge some of the questions that are being asked as opposed to trying to deflect, because you can't do it this week, right? There's too much. All the noise is going to be coming on Texas, coming off of Florida, and it's Red River week, right? You got to kind of deflect.
Yeah. It's interesting seeing some Texas fans kind of being upset with the way he answered the question about, hey, why didn't y'all take an alignment in the portal? He basically said, you look at what you have, you look at what's available. We liked what we had or whatnot. What can you expect him to say?
Right.
He's not going to get up there and be like, yep, I fucked up. We should have taken a portal alignment. That will never happen. Because all that does is Sark sends a message to the group of alignment on the roster. Y'all stink and aren't getting it done.
Yep.
And if anything, the last thing those guys need is an insult, backhanded, whatever the hell you want to call that from Sarkisian. They need confidence more than anything right now. So yeah, and I mean it's also a
That's year Jordan freeze. Gotta check that out. Jordan, you there? I don't know if that's Jordan froze or not. give him a shout here, see if Jordan knows he is frozen here. Yep, Jordan did in fact freeze. All right, so Texas Sports Unfiltered, the Lone Star Playbook, Eric Henry, Jordan Scruggs. I'm going to pinch hit until Jordan gets his Wi-Fi situation. He said Wi-Fi just crashed. We're going to fix it. Hey, first off, let me start there. As someone, I don't want to name a company. I don't know who BK may have affiliations with, but there is a notable internet company that continuously has outages. I had one yesterday during the flagship. So hopefully Jordan get his Wi-Fi fixed in the meantime. Looks like he's good hopping back in right now. Jordan, you there?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Right. No, you're good. I didn't know if it was my Wi-Fi because I just was saying that I had an issue with Spectrum. So I didn't want to start talking and like you weren't frozen. But then so I was like, oh, I think this is Jordan. So all right, go pick back up, man. It's all you.
I forget where I was, to be honest.
Basically, you were talking about the fact that, and rightfully so, that Steve can't go out there and be like, hey, we worked on an O-lineman. Yeah. And because he's going to ruin the confidence of the guys you have on the roster.
Yeah. Like he can't really say anything different than what he said. He's not going to say anything different next week if they win or lose to OU. This is what it is. They fucked it up. That's what it is. This is just how it works. As far as the 135 other FBS teams, very Dabo-ish of him. You know, a few different coaches have been doing their Dabo impression. Kirby Smart was asked, hey, your record's like 1-8 versus Alabama. Any thoughts? He said, what's everybody else's record? Next question. But, yeah, I want to get into Texas OU.
Yeah.
Before we break it down, kind of want to ask, you're a Florida boy, grew up. I'm sure the Red River rivalry isn't, doesn't mean a ton in the state of Florida. What were your kind of impressions? What were you expecting? And then, I don't know, like how surprised were you kind of in 2023 when you got to see it for the first time, covered for the first time?
Yeah, Jordan, I've made this point a ton, and I try to say it in a way that I hope doesn't offend like Texas fans. But Texas is a national brand in 2025. And I do firmly believe like Texas was a national brand, 20 years ago when I started high school, right? But you got to remember, Florida, Florida State, Miami were also national brands as well. And they were coming off their heyday, right? Like the peak. So it wasn't like I was watching a ton of Texas OU football outside of the big games that were on ESPN or ABC. Outside of that, he was following the big three. So I didn't have any exposure really to Texas OU. I can remember, I remember the play, was it Roy Williams who dove over the pile, I think? If my memory serves the safety. Jordan's 22.
You're asking.
I'm the wrong person to try to go back to dated references, but I can remember some of the highlights, right? Whatever play, I'm sure someone in the comments will drop it, where Chris Sims, or it might have been Major Applewhite, gets sacked.
You're talking about that play. Yeah, we don't talk about that play.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. So I can remember those highlights, but I never saw the game really, right? Like Vince Young, of course, when VUI was there, it was Vince Young. So, I remember some of those games. But outside of that, it wasn't appointment viewing. So fast forward to being out here, and I didn't know what to expect, man. I've talked about this a ton with you and others. Florida, Florida State, huge rivalry. Florida State, Miami, huge rivalry, right? But in specificity with Miami, when Miami's average, nobody cares, right? When Texas and Oklahoma, you can truly throw the records out the window. Fan bases care. I'm sure Texas A&M, you can throw the records out the window. Fan bases care, right? So, yeah, I will never forget my first time, pulling up to the State Fair. I'd never been to the State Fair, first off. So there's that, right? Had no idea where to park. I remember I didn't even park in the media parking they gave us. I just parked somewhere and just walked and walked. And then I remember calling around, being like, yo, there's no media. How do you get in the fair? Because I get up there and I see this giant ass line get in the fair. I'm like, I'm supposed to wait in that?
Yeah.
So then I got conflicting information because some people were like, yeah, let's go wait in the line. I'm like, nah, dog, there's got to be a way. So I saw some fair workers going through a side entrance. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna go through here. So I just walked right through there. They let me through. Like I had a suit on. So they're like, he's got to be here for a reason.
That's the new strat because they don't let you in the fair unless you show them a game ticket or a fair ticket.
Yeah.
So if you don't have either of those, just show up to a fair park in a suit.
Bro, I just showed up in a suit and they're like, he's in a suit. He's got to be here for a reason, right? So they let me in. Then, as you can imagine, dog, I've never been to the fair. So now I'm trying to figure out like, yo, where am I going? I start walking. I can kind of see the stadium, but then I started walking to what I realized was like the back, like where the tunnel would be, right? And you can't get in that way. So I had to try to get around. Finally found the media entrance. I remember hitting up Taylor. I was just like, yo, how you get in this spot? Because Chip wasn't picking up. Jeff, I think, was on the way. So I'm like, how you get in here? Got in there. And then once I actually made it in the stadium, Jordan, it was everything it was cracked up to be, man. Like seeing just the Bank of Oklahoma, Bank of Texas signs, the burnt orange, is OU's color crimson, whatever it is, like, seeing that, seeing the fans pile in, seeing it split 50-50 down the middle of the field, like that truly is an experience. So ever since my first one, and now that like my second one, and I actually know how to get to the stadium, even though it's built a new press box, so we have to find a new route this year, but nevertheless, yeah, now like I actually know my way around the park and like the fair and where to park and all that stuff. Like I'm hyped, man. This is genuinely, like you can see the smile on my face. It's genuinely one of my favorite weekends of the season.
Man, today, so my dad got some tickets for me, my girlfriend, and two of my siblings, and getting in for free. Had those plans for a few weeks now, but man, after Florida on Saturday, the days after, I'm like, dude, if I didn't have free tickets, I'd be selling them right now. But like this morning, you wake up and it's like, no, I'm going. I'm for sure going. The excitement level's there. I don't know. Did not have it until today. Maybe I just needed to get some time away from that Florida loss. But man, last year's experience for me was absolute hell. Ubered there, got dropped off right outside the fair from the Uber at like 11:30. And I'm not joking, sat in a line on these train tracks as the trains come through, sat in a line and did not get into the fair till at least an hour after I got dropped off from the Uber. Then you go and find tickets because you need the tickets. They don't take cash in there. Wait over an hour for tickets. People are events like that are when you realize society's fucked, Like, how do you wait over an hour for tickets and get up to the booth and you act like you can't read or speak English? It's the craziest thing of all time. There are 3 buttons you have to click, 20 seconds tops, get out of there. And it takes people 5 minutes to figure out the ticket machine. So you get your tickets, right? It's almost game time. But hey, we're at the fair. Need something to eat, need some drinks. So I wait in line. 30 minutes at this one stand. Long line. Get to the front. We can't sell you drinks. I'm 21. Here's my ID. Yeah, but it's vertical. We can't sell the vertical IDs.
Oh,
I'm like, so you just made me wait 30 minutes in this line, and then you won't serve me because I'm 21, but it's a vertical ID. So then you go to the next stand. We all take vertical IDs. Yeah, we will. And I have a buddy whose family has had a stand at the fair for 40 plus years. And he told me that like the weekend before Texas OU last year, a few different vendors or booths, whatever, were caught selling to minors who were showing like their card to show the process of showing their card, and they'd sell it to them. So there was a big crackdown on that, but it was so annoying. And then we finally have our drink, gonna get in the stadium. There's this crazy ass line, but guess who I see at the front of it? Keenan Womack.
Tell that story. Please tell that story, dog.
I see Keenan, and I'm like, oh, what's up, man? Obviously, we cut like the entire line, are right next to Keenan. He's like 5th in line. And I'm like, hey, I knew you were trying to get tickets. You were able to get some, obviously, where you sitting. Dog, he pulls out these 2 physical tickets in his pocket. And I was like, bro, you just got scammed. And he's like, no, I didn't. These are real. I got a great deal, like under retail. I was like, brother, this is a sellout. There are no tickets under retail. 1, 2, this entire game has been digital only for tickets for years. They don't make physical tickets. And he's like, nah, that ain't true. They still make physical ones. I was like, all right, bro. couple minutes pass, we're scanning them. And the dude at the gate is like, these are fake. And he's like, no, they're not. I just got them. He's like, no, they're fake. And he's like, scan them. And the dude's scanning. It's and Keenan's like, no, try it again. And I'm like, bro, these are fake. Eventually, it hit him. They walked away. I don't know if he ever got in the game or what happened there, but I did. He held the spot in line at least. So that was nice. And by the time we are walking out of the tunnel into the actual bowl, they're kicking the ball off. I missed everything else, but hey, they won. So there you go. But
Jordan,
yeah, so this year
real
I've changed my plans. Last year was my second time going. The first time was in 2022. Longhorns are 2-0 when I'm there, and both are blowouts. So hoping the same continues this year. But in 22, I went with my buddy whose family has a stand, and he picked me up from a hotel, and then we parked in employee parking and walked in the employee entrance, and there wasn't a line. It was super easy, the easiest thing ever. So this year I hit him up. I'm getting that parking pass. I'm going to be parking in the fair employee parking and walking right in.
Nice.
That's the plan. Hopefully it goes like it did in 22. But yeah, and last year they also ran out of water in like the first quarter. I was fine because by that point Michelob's tasted like water. But you know, when you got your girlfriend there, it not as fun because they don't want to drink Michelob for 4 hours in a row and with the sun beating on you, unlike yours truly. So hoping they don't run out of water again this year. You know, they're always working on it. They're always renovations. We'll see what it actually looks like, but I don't know. I don't mind the Cotton Bowl being a dump. It's kind of what makes the place special or the game special. But yeah, and hey. What's your favorite Texas OU memory so far in the 2 games you've covered?
Yeah. Super quick. I was just going to say one, Cotton Bowl, a little less of a dump now because I don't know if you guys have seen. They did the renovations. There are escalators now that will take you up and down. So that
is the concourse still 10 feet wide to where you're packed in like sardines? With no
what I understand, they widened the concourse and they have escalators. So I'm curious to see how that's going to be. We finally don't have to like battle all the fans to get down to the post game. So there's that. Second thing, Keenan. I love Keenan. Dude's like I genuinely, he's like the nicest dude, like a brother. But to the biggest blooper in Texas sports unfiltered history, do y'all understand now how that shit happened? Y'all understand that Keenan walked up to a random blonde woman and was like, "Yo, Michelle," and she was like, "Yeah, bet." And we ended up with Caroline Fenton. Jordan just explained.
Oh yeah, that part, yeah.
Yeah, just explain to you how that happened. Because my dog still thought that they was making physical tickets in the year of our Lord 2024. There is that. Now, on to Jordan's question. Favorite memory. This is going to not make a lot of people happy, but obviously last year's game, I only got 2 to draw from, right? Last year's game was a blowout. There wasn't really much in the way of like anything crazy or outstanding, well, I mean, Texas win, right? But I'm not viewing it from the perspective of like, oh, Texas win versus OU win. So the memory, the thing that stands out to me the most, unfortunately, for Texas fans is Dillon Gabriel, his TD pass to win the game. I believe it wasn't the Drake, I'm forgetting who it was. I think it was Nick Anderson.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. That moment, just like seeing that, and of course getting stuffed in the goal line 4 tries, I will never forget those plays. Like there wasn't much in the way of anything notable for Texas that stood out to me. I mean, Trey Wisner's like TD run, right? I guess that would be one. But yeah, if you're talking about in the 2 I have, the ones that literally I can take you back to where I was and like see them vividly, it's the TD pass to win the game, and it's Texas getting stuff. So I want to say those are favorite memories. Those are the ones that stand out the most and put you that way.
Yeah. Man, that 2023 game was great. Obviously, not the result Texas wanted, but great game. 2021 was incredible as well. Sark's first time there. Last time playing Lincoln Riley. Well, and first time, I guess. But yeah, here is my favorite memory besides the 2 I attended that were blowouts. You ever seen this?
No.
This was, if I'm not mistaken, someone can fact check this. I believe it was 2015 when Charlie Strong somehow won this game after OU came in number 12. The quarterback, his name is Blake Bell. Nickname was the Belldozer. Watch what happens to the Belldozer here. (2013). Apologies.
If you're a quarterback and you throw a pick, don't go then get up and try to tackle a 300-pound man, because I don't care if you're the Belldozer or not. That's what's going to happen to you.
Hey, Chris Whaley, man, that he will never have to pay for anything in Fair Park during October the rest of his life. Fun fact, his son is a top 100 recruit in the 2028 class and in Atlanta, Texas, East Texas. Chris, who made the play, is from Madisonville, which is like kind of near Huntsville, just way, way, way north Houston. Not even Houston, north of Houston. But man, that was a crazy moment. The thick six, they called it. But yeah, that's got to be my favorite memory. All right, Texas OU, Florida. The game before obviously was a big loss for the Longhorns. Now 0-2, playing Power 4 teams, 3-2 on the year. How important is this OU game, you think? Because I keep looking at it like, man, even if it's a close or a big loss for Texas, like this is the turning point of the season, regardless of a win or loss.
Jordan, undoubtedly. I know Steve Sarkisian said he is not ready to reset expectations on the season. And from a factual perspective, he's right. They only have one SEC loss. And as we've seen in the SEC, there are a lot of teams that are capable of beating a lot of teams, right? Quite frankly, still not sold on Ole Miss just yet, right? So there's that. But if Texas loses this game, you can write off any chance of them making an SEC title game, and you can pretty much book them in A, not making a college football playoff, and B, to quote the old ball coach, and we'll put a cap on Florida there, you can't spell citrus without UT. He made that wise. Jordan, do you know that wisecrack by any chance? Steve Spurrier, obviously Florida coach, right? Always would shit on Philip Fulmer in Tennessee. So whenever he'd get asked about, obviously, Peyton Manning never beat Florida, right? His entire career. So he made a living beat up on Tennessee. So he was asked, what's your thoughts on Tennessee this year? And he's like, Citrus Bowl? Can't spell citrus without UT, referring to Tennessee. In this case, you won't be able to spell citrus without the University of Texas, because that likely will be a destination, whether it's the Citrus Bowl, the Gator Bowl, which has an SEC affiliation, or if it were me, the Outback Bowl, because that takes you to Tampa, which has an SEC affiliation, right? A lot of bowls that, quite frankly, Longhorn fans had no desire to ever become affiliated with, especially not this season. I think if you lose this game, that's what you're looking at, because you still got Georgia down the road. You still got A&M down the road, right? You're probably looking at, if you indeed lose this game, looking at least a 4-loss Texas team. Not saying things go off the rails crazy, anything like that. I still think it's a team that, sorry, Diego Pavia, love you, dog. But you always going to be Diego Pavia from NM State to me. So I don't see him coming into Texas and coming into Austin and beating Texas. I don't see Texas falling at Kentucky. I don't see Texas falling. Well, it's an improved Mississippi State team. Don't see them falling there. We all know Arkansas ain't happening, right? So, you're going to get those wins right there alone. So, yeah, I don't think things are going to fall completely off the rails. But if you lose this one, you can start just completely eliminating college football playoff, any SEC title game, any of that, and really start focusing in on, hey, what second and third tier SEC bowl game this team will go to. And quite frankly, Jordan, I think this is the other aspect of it. If you lose this game, all right, all that stuff is behind you. Now you really know we need to figure out what we have for next year, right? Then that becomes like, hey, receiver, what do we have? Offensive line, what do we have? At defensive tackle, at least it's not the whole room like it's been the last 2 years that are graduating, right? Or are going to go to the NFL. You have pieces that will be back, right? So again, we don't have to get too far down the road, is because I was going to start talking opt-outs. We're not there yet, right? Texas has to lose, and then we'll see. But definitely in the immediacy of Saturday, if they lose, now the expectations for the season are completely rewritten. And I think you really have to start assessing what you have on the roster moving forward.
Yeah. Man, I mean, first actual non-CFB, if they lose, they will be playing in the first non-CFB bowl since 2022 when they played in the Alamo Bowl. I'll say this, as long as it ain't the Alamo Bowl or the Texas Bowl, I'm cool with it. Not going to be happy with it, but I do not want them playing in NRG Stadium in the Texas Bowl or in the Alamo Dome for the Alamo Bowl. Like, if Texas never plays in those bowl games the rest of my life, I'll die happy, man. Eric, you got to understand, for like an 8-10 year stretch, they only ever played in those bowl games, or they didn't go to a bowl game. So it has not been fun seeing them play in those venues. But I don't know, man. I mean, you brought up a good point. You start looking at the schedule. Arkansas, unless Bobby Petrino pulls some shit out of his ass, which is actually possible, but unlikely, Texas is going to win that ball game. They should beat Vanderbilt. They're improved from last year, but they should still beat Vanderbilt. Mississippi State, I think, is going to be a lot harder of a game than most people think. It will probably be a night game. You got to play with the Cowbells in Stark Vegas. That's not going to be easy. It will not be easy. Kentucky, on the other hand, I don't care that that's a night game in Lexington. Texas is going – they're going to win that game unless something catastrophic happens. So that's 4 wins right there, 7 wins. The Georgia game. No one has won in Athens since 2019 up until Alabama did a couple weeks ago. I don't think Texas will be able to do that. And I don't like the chances of them beating A&M either, just like I'm not super high on the chances of them beating Oklahoma. So what would that give you? I'd give you a 7-5 year. And at 7-5 at the University of Texas, especially when you went into a season ranked preseason number 1, whether that was deserving or not, that is what they went into the season ranked. And to go 7-5 with that preseason label, it's unacceptable in Texas. And if they are 7-5, changes will happen. I'm not saying Sark's getting fired. I'm not saying they're going to tear down their entire personnel department, but changes will have to happen. Whether that's Kyle Flood with or without a job in 2026, I don't know. But if they continue at this path and lose on Saturday and lose to an A&M, to a Georgia as well, and are 7-5, Kyle Flood is probably not going to have a job, because at the rate this season has gone, it will probably be on the offensive line for the loss, or at least most of it will be, just like it was for Florida. So, yeah, that's what I got. I mean, it's crazy too, because you start thinking about next year. This is a really young team. Very few underclassmen are going to leave early for the NFL. In fact, I mean, how many do you think will do it right now, not named Jelani McDonald? Malik Muhammad will probably be able to. Is there anyone else you are confident will be an underclassman draft pick? Trevor Gooseby at one point, I thought so, but I mean, at this point, I really do think Texas will pay him whatever it takes to try to get him to come back, just because you will not – it's very unlikely you'll be able to find a portal offensive tackle as good as Gooseby. And the price between paying Gooseby to come back and be the man as a fourth-year guy, as crazy as it sounds, will be lower than whatever you pay someone out of the portal that's not even as talented as him. So, again, outside of Manny Muhammad and Jelani McDonald, and Anthony Hill, I can't really think of anyone that would be leaving early after 3 years.
Yeah, no, I just was going to say, because initially you said underclassmen, I was going to say after 3 years, yeah, Hill, obviously Gooseby, depending on how things shake out, may have a decision to make, but like I agree with you, right? You got to break the bank and say, hey, unless Gooseby somehow is like a first-round pick lock, or maybe a second-round pick, even second-round pick money, Texas can best that, right? So, there's that. Super quick, Jordan, I'm going to run through this just so the folks know. Here are the Southeastern Conference Bowl Titans for the 2025 campaign. If Texas is not to make the CFP, as I mentioned, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl is, and for I guess those who don't know, right, because this is Texas like first year in the SEC, which this is really a possibility. The Citrus Bowl is like the premier SEC bowl game if you aren't making the CFP, right? So the Citrus Bowl in Orlando, that's versus a Big Ten team. Was the premier bowl game for me growing up in Florida. From there, you got the Liberty Bowl God help us if we got a bunch of Texas fans who got to go sit in the dump that is the Liberty Bowl. And that place is a dump in Memphis. You got the Duke's Mayo Bowl in Charlotte, North Carolina against an ACC team. You have the ReliaQuest Bowl, which, as I mentioned, I know it as the Outback Bowl. That is in Tampa, also a New Year's Day game. I think that's against what? Big Ten or ACC. Jordan, cover your ears. The Tax Act Texas Bowl is an SEC tie-in this year. The Tax Slayer Gator Bowl in Jacksonville versus the ACC. And last but not least, the Trans Perfect Music City Bowl. I guess Music City would be Nashville against a Big Ten team. And then for whatever reason, if the SEC has affiliation, let's hope it doesn't get to this, Jordan. If you say 7-5, it could get to this point where they just need to fill an affiliation. You got the Birmingham Bowl and the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl in my hometown of Tampa, Florida. So we got 4 shots to go back to the Sunshine State if it gets to that.
Man, I'm just picturing the possibility of Steve Sarkisian getting dunked in Mayo after going 8-5 on the year. You know what I mean?
Jordan, you should have never said that because now I'm running with that, just being honest. And there's no way in hell Steve would let Mayo. There's no way he would do that. No way.
Yeah, it'd be funny, though, because, that doesn't happen unless you win, but he'd still be pitched from the year. So he'd be like, this Mayo just gets dumped on him. But, oh, geez, we are not going to bring up the titles of those bowls for a few more weeks.
Correct.
That was not a fun segment. But I don't know, man. Yeah, Pop-Tart Bowl. I was hoping you'd say that one, but I don't know what the affiliations are with that one.
I think that's ACC and Big 12, I believe, CB.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to kind of fly through these questions to wrap it up. Antoine said, Scoop Martin committed to U of H. Yes, sir. Top-ranked tight end in the state of Texas, was committed to Arkansas, but decommitted, knowing what was going to happen with Pittman, and then Pittman was fired less than a week later. So great get for U of H. I think they have a phenomenal class for U of H, and I also think Keyshawn Henderson is obviously the man. He's the number 2 overall prospect. That's their top-ranked guy in the class. He's a 5-star. And I do think with him 2-3 years from now, everyone is going to be doing how did Sark not recruit this guy? Well, they did. They just wanted him to play receiver and safety like everyone else. U of H and Baylor were the only 2 schools early on that wanted him at QB, and he always wanted to be QB, so he committed to Houston. But he is going to be one of those guys that everyone a few years from now says, how did Texas not recruit this guy at QB? Well, they had Diabell in the bag before Keyshawn Henderson was really a recruitable QB prospect. That's the answer. But it doesn't change the fact that that's going to be brought up years from now. They have several other players in their class I think are going to be brought up years from now as how did Texas not recruit this guy? Scoop Martin's one of them. And it's especially, I think, a bad look for Texas because this is a kid from Pflugerville. He's only at Willis for his senior year. Texas had him on campus like a dozen times over 4 years, never offered. And I know there's always the down the road. If he is really that good, we'll just pull some strings, get him out of the portal. But I just think there's too much meat being left on the bone. He's a local kid. Throw the offer. Why did it take until May of Yaheem Riley's junior year for him to have an offer from Texas, a school less than 10 minutes away from his high school? Why is that happening? Because I can tell you if, Yaheem Riley was at North Akani High School, which is 20 minutes from Georgia, he would have an offer. He'd be committed to Georgia by the end of his sophomore year because that is how Georgia recruits their home state. So as someone who loves Austin area high school football, it's where I'm from. I got a special, I don't want to say attachment to those kids, but I usually get more excited to cover Austin area kids than I do anywhere else. It's where I'm from. Like it is very frustrating to see all those kids leave the city and go elsewhere, even if it's San Antonio area. Like OU has a commitment from a 2027 corner named Mikhail McCurry out of San Antonio. Texas has not offered this kid. They had him on camp, didn't offer him. The next day he went to OU, got an offer. The day after that he went to A&M. And he's an early commitment to OU. At this point, Texas has screwed it up where even if they offer, it's going to be too late. They won't have a shot. Why is that happening? So The Scoot Martin thing, again, to wrap it up, I think he's going to be a guy years from now where everyone says, how did Texas not recruit this guy? But, you know, got to give myself a pat in the back. Been writing for 3 years. They should offer him. And they still don't have a tight end in 2026. So, yeah. Browns traded Joe Flacco. I don't really care. It's the Browns. McCutcheon, Lance Jackson, Nick Townsend, and Grayson Littleton have officially burned their red shirt. Yep, they are playing more snaps than any other freshman right now. Steven Delgado said, based on what Venables said yesterday, I'm doubtful he plays until the second half of the game if it is still in doubt for them. I'm assuming you're talking about Mateer. Thought it was a very Venables-esque way to be like, yeah, this is everything that Texas does well, exactly how they do it well. Oh, you want to ask me about John Mateer? Yeah, I don't know anything. He's not doing good on good. What does that tell you guys? And we're practicing indoors when we haven't all year, and it's 85 and sunny outside. Like, Mateer is going to play. I get it. OU, they're full of games. They had Dylan Gabriel practice during the 49, or not practice. They had him warm up with a concussion in full pads during the 49-0 year. But, like, I do think Mateer is going to play. Grew up in Little Elm, grew up an OU fan. This game is important to him. And on the flip side of that, if he were not to play, he has another year of eligibility to come back in 2026. So that's always a possibility. And also, I think like that needs to be brought up more because the type of quarterback he is, he probably is very unlikely to go day one or even day two at this rate. That backyard sandlot play style doesn't translate to the NFL too often unless you're a nuclear athlete or have nuclear arm strength, and he has neither of those things. So I think the chances are kind of high he could come back next year, and I'm kind of surprised no one's talking about that. Antoine brought up Cade Phillips, Justice Terry, Jonathan Cunningham, and Amari Winston will burn red shirts if they play versus OU. I would expect Cade Phillips to play versus OU. The other guys, not so sure, but I don't think there's any way Justice Terry, Jonathan Cunningham, and Amari Winston don't eventually end up burning their red shirts this year. And hey, Eric, you're getting a lot of love for the old school Rays jersey.
Rob, appreciate it. Had to break it out. Throwback Devil Rays. Been a fan since 1998. Grew up watching baseball in the warehouse. So, yeah, always a Rays/Devil Rays fan. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Antoine said, Jordan, do you have an update on Landon Williams-Callis? Landon Williams-Callis is a 5-star running back at Richmond Randall, number 2 ranked running back in the 2027 class. Yeah, Texas would love to get him, but unfortunately their spot in the recruitment has kind of evaporated since Tashard Choice left. In my time covering Texas, my time watching or, reading about Texas football recruiting, Tashard Choice never recruited a sophomore with this much emphasis, this much communication early on. Like, that's how special Landon Williams-Callis is and how much Choice valued him. Now, the thing is, he has since left Austin, and Chad Scott hasn't. I always thought this was going to happen regardless of who the hire is, but the Chad Scott has not been able to kind of continue it where Texas is the leader or is in front. He just hasn't. So an A&M, Crystal Ball, or RPM, whatever it is for On3, went in the other day. Not sure if they're the leader, but they probably, or not probably, they do have a better shot at landing him than Texas does right now. I can say that. Also, he kind of strikes me as a kid that's just going to end up out of state, whether it's like Oregon, Ohio State, or Tennessee, something random. And, I mean, the longer this has gone on where Texas has kind of lost footing, the less confidence I have with Texas eventually landing him. Eric, you going to hit the check stop on the way up to Dallas on Friday?
CB, there are 2 things I am looking to cross off the list this year. Hit the check stop and finally to get that Fletcher's corny dog. Was not able to last year, so I'm going to try and knock both of those off the list this year, my guy.
Nice. Yeah, the last time I stopped at a check stop or at the check stop was the day after someone drove their car through it or into it. Yeah. It was like half the building was boarded up with wood. It was weird. But they got some great kolaches if you're a fan of that. Antoine said, is there any traction on the Kavian Bryan recruitment? Yeah, he's actually going to be at the Cotton Bowl. I need to put that out. He's going to be at the Cotton Bowl on Saturday. However, I still do not like Texas' chances. NIL, early playing time, the driving factors behind this one. Texas Tech can offer him more in both of those facets than Texas can. So, yeah, actually working on a story right now about 2027 quarterback recruiting. And I mean, talking to people in Austin, going through social media accounts, looking at follows, it does seem very apparent Texas is working on who the next guy will be if/when they miss on Kavian Bryant, because he is the only 27 quarterback they are currently recruiting, or at least currently has an offer. I know we're kind of running over, but did you see the article that came out yesterday or on Monday? It was basically I don't want to say a hit piece, but had anonymous quotes from parents, players, people in the building at UNC, and all of it was just talking about how bad of a job Bill Belichick, Lombardi have done. And one of the things in there is that UNC players are selling the tickets they're given for family members and stuff.
Not gonna lie, I did not see that. I hadn't made it past the hit piece on Arch Manning, but I didn't even
read that.
Yeah, I did not see that. That's pretty wild. I mean, dude, Belichick's an easy target, and Jordan, I'm not going to go on a rant about this. You're 22, so that means you're born 2003.
02.
Okay.
Turned 23 in December.
Okay, so you're old enough to know like Bill Belichick's second run as like the GOAT, right? When he was winning championships in the 2010s. It's freaking wild to see a guy who was always so buttoned up and so like straight and narrow. I don't give a damn that he wants to date a 25-year-old, whatever. It's the fact that he's like doing like the photo shoot on the beach and she's like just so omnipresent around the program. And Bill's just like, yo, that's my girl. Like she here. That's the wildest thing to me. So like, I can't be stunned that all this is coming out.
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy how much is unwinded around Belichick. And I mean, I don't know, like also in that kind of hit piece, whatever you want to call it, that report, it was reported that like there are specific transfers that are getting more love than anyone. They get parking passes at the facility. Their family gets sideline passes. They get more tickets than anyone else for their family to come to games, amongst other benefits. Like, man, you can't pull shit like that, especially when you have 70 new players on the team, 40 transfers, 30 high school kids, whatever it is. And apparently like the 10 or 15, however many holdovers that are left from the Mac Brown teams are like, they're basically getting ignored. And Eric, I don't know if you know about this lore. Tom Herman, horrible players coach. A lot of stuff came out after he was fired from Texas. One of them was players would see him in the facility and he would just walk by and not look at them, wouldn't act like they're there. They'd be in an elevator. He would just be staring at the elevator. He wouldn't even turn and talk to them like his own players. Like some similar things of the holdovers. They're getting treated similar ways at UNC.
I did hear about that. About the Herman years.
Yeah. Nathan said, I watched Andrew Ivins talk about Jermaine Bishop. He said he's starting to think there's no way Bishop does not play offense in college. Yeah. Andrew Ivins, director of scouting, main guy in charge for rankings for 24/7 Sports. Yeah. I mean, I hate when fans or people say this, but there is no way Jermaine Bishop is not starting next year as a true freshman on offense at receiver. At slot receiver. Like how many, Eric, seriously, think about this. They've not run the screen game, RPO game at all this year. But when you think about it, how many guys does Texas have with make you miss ability in the open field?
Jordan, we're at 11:07, so I'll save this man for tomorrow. How do I say this delicately without throwing someone under the bus? There was another report from another outlet who was asking receivers coach Chris Jackson, when we had that availability prior to the season, about the amount of speed on the roster from receiver, right? And the way they framed the question was basically saying like, oh yeah, there's going to be no drop off from a Xavier Worthy or a Matt Golden in terms of like guys who can be shifty. Yes, you can be 6'5" like Parker Livingston or 6'3" like Wingo and run 4.2, 4.3. There's a difference between that and being someone who is shifty, right? Like
they're straight line runners.
Jordan, you don't have to have 4.4, 4.3 speed to make you miss. Like some of that is athletic ability. I'm not saying you run a 4.8, but some of that is just sheer shiftiness and like the ability to do it. Texas does not really have anyone that's consistently in the lineup. Not talking about the young guys. That's consistently in the lineup who does that.
Yeah. Yep. They're missing it. But hey, some good stuff to talk about tomorrow when we're back on. We're going to wrap it up. Up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered preview Texas OU and give their predictions for Saturday. Like I said, we'll be back on tomorrow, 10 to 11. Chip and Zay, they'll be back at 2 p.m. We're going to end the stream right now, though. But everyone who tuned in, appreciate it. Steven Delgado, Rob Latendre, CB, Patrick, Nathan, Bevo Lance, Jason, Paxton, our Sooner friend, or I guess their friend, Tennis Girl. I don't know. Jake Bayless, he's somewhere in there. Harry Dean, Rodney Smith. Appreciate all y'all. Y'all have a great hump day. It is hump day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.